So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight,
यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है। Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ, एंड आई कैन पे आराम से विद अ 12 मंथ नो कॉस्ट EMI। क्रेजी।
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख।
वो
शांति।
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं। Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए, बस 99 रुपीज में extended warranty, plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया।
Amazon Great Indian Festival से
Amazon ग्रेट इंडियन फेस्टिवल पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
Welcome back everyone to Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series Edition 9, an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour. This event is powered by Amazon.in. We've got our GPU partner Zotac, gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial. We've got our laptops being powered by Asus, and as always, we've got Loco as our broadcast partner, broadcasting the Hindi stream. But right here on the English Analyst Desk, I'm CSV, joined alongside Elka, and we are bringing to you a very, very special day of this Challenger Series, and there's a very special reason for that as well, Elka.
Yes, because today we're going to be starting off with the semi-finale number 1. We almost went through, I guess, more than 10 days of, online qualifiers, group stages, and then we finally come to that one place where top 4 teams will play out for the grand finale and eventually for the 10,000 US dollars. And I should say, I mean, today is just not special day just because it's semi-finale, but 2 of the best teams are going to be playing. Best of both worlds, I should say, Southeast Asia and South Asia.
Yeah, I mean, we had hundreds and hundreds of teams pouring in, over 1,000 players registering for South Asian and Southeast Asian qualifiers, all to play for the prize pool in front of us. Of course, the total pool of 30,000 US dollars and the additional benefits of, winning an official off-season event, which is Riot partnered, which is of the Valorant Champions Tour, I'd say the off-season circuit. But keeping that in mind, yeah, the winners out of the 4 teams that we have in front of us, one of these teams, they will be going home with 13,000 US dollars. Runners up, they'll be getting 7,000, and $6,000 will be equally divided amongst the, 3rd and 4th position teams. So again, the 2 semifinals we have today. We have got the top 4 teams from South Asia and from Southeast Asia. Coincidentally, we have an equal split. We have 2 teams from South Asia and we have 2 teams from Southeast Asia playing against each other as well. We have one of the matches in front of our screens, and considering it's a best of 5, what we do know for certain, Elika, is that it's going to be a long haul. It's going to be an all-out war between these 4 teams from today, tomorrow and day after when we have the grand finals.
Yep. I mean, it's a great day to start off with Fancy United versus Revenant Esports, and I should say both the teams have fought throughout the qualifiers and group stages very well. And I should say Revenant has been one of the most consistent team throughout qualifiers and group stages. But most importantly, Fancy United, they changed and flipped the cards in over span of 2 days, and they completely climbed over to the leaderboard. And I believe they've been consistent the time they got up there. So all Fancy United need is that one push to stay consistent, and Revenant Esports is stronger than ever right now.
Absolutely, both of these teams definitely feeling it. You've got Fancy United from Vietnam, you've got Revenant Esports from India. Both of them against each other means that not only is this the first time, not only is this, a second time they fought off against each other, but they definitely know a lot about each other, considering that the group stages were round robin, which means we have seen Revenant play 7 matches prior to this, which also means we have seen Fancy United play 7 individual best of ones prior to this. So one thing is for certain, these teams have done their prep, these teams have done their homework through and through. If there is any fault due to which one of these teams gets the shorter end of the stick and they lose out in this best of 5, one has to be certain it will not be because they were underprepared. These teams, there is no way they are not prepared for this. They have done their due diligence. They know for a fact what kind of fight they are getting into, and once they get in the server, to a certain extent, they'll also know what kind of gameplay to expect, even after all of the changes that have happened in the play style of both of these rosters.
Yes, I mean, I should say, I think there's only been growth in both of the play styles. There's not major changes, but I should say both the teams have understood what it takes to, play across different regions, play against South Asia, play against Southeast Asia. And I think both the teams have got enough experience to take a head-to-head fight throughout the group stages, and now we are in the semi-finale. Well, if it's not for both of these teams, I guess they are more than ready. I mean, more than ready, not just for the semi-finale, but to, showcase all the strategies that they've been hiding out.
Yeah.
And yesterday, Revenant was in the last game of the group stages. I mean, they didn't perform much, but it also kind of says that they were saving energy for today.
Maybe they were, maybe they tried their best and Bayern just didn't work out against the likes of Velocity. A lot can be said about yesterday's matchup, but right now, let's focus on the future. Here are some players who we have seen in the past, we are seeing them in the present, and we sure will be seeing these players in the future. Fancy United Esports from Vietnam. We start off with Fisio, someone who is yet again quite versatile. There have been times where you have seen Fisio, take up the controller once or twice. He's been on that initiator. Killers as well is someone who always loves to go for that KO, sometimes even the breach. However, in the most recent outing of Fancy United, these guys played against Alter Ego on the map of Haven, and Killers was on that raise. Very, very interesting. Not only was Killers playing a duelist for the very first time here in the Challenger Series, it was also a raise on Haven. And then, of course, in the middle of the roster, we have the man, the myth, the legend, Nizzy himself, who by far, statistically, is the best individual performer in the entirety of the Challenger Series, without a doubt. Kill after kill after kill. Even once he went from, playing the Jet early on in the play days of Fancy United to now playing the Chamber, having a lot more of a Sentinel reserve role, he is still fragging out of his mind. And then the roster gets completed with Suka and Yes I Can. So I gotta say, I am really hyped up for this entire roster of Fancy United. Now we are going to have a detailed look of Nizzy, and we can see the past 3 matches he has played, he has only been on the Chamber. Yet again, look at those average kills. 20, 18, 20. Consistency is there. With the KDA as well, jumping up from time to time, but still always being over 1.2, 1.3. It means that if Nizzy is in the server, you know for a fact he's going to grind it out. You know for a fact he's going to get kill after kill, which is something that a lot of other duelists may not always have. Sometimes they may have a bad day, but if I'm being honest, I am yet to see a bad day from Nizzy.
I mean, I don't think we're going to be seeing bad days coming in for Nizzy, but maybe, just a little bumpy start for them. But I cannot expect this guy to perform anything less than what he has so far.
Yeah.
Because he has the highest number of average kills. And as we saw yesterday, top 5 and he's in the top 1. And he has been consistent enough since the very beginning of the group stages.
Right.
And I believe he's going to have that kickstart even in the semi-finale.
Absolutely. But now it's time to see the players which will be playing up against Fancy United as well. And these guys, well, we are also very familiar with them.
Yes, we've got Bad Love, Blackhawk, Logi, Paradox and Wimp. And I should say out of these 5, Paradox has been getting a lot of MVPs. He's putting a lot of hard work out there up front to represent Revenant Esports to be one of the best upcoming teams in South Asia. And Bad Love, a recent addition, but I think one of the best decisions that Revenant Esports has taken so far by adding this man to the roster, which just gave them very, very huge asset. And moving forward, we've got Blackhawk, Logi and Wimp, of course, Wimp being the sole sentinel carrier of the entire team. We've seen him go through MVPs, we've seen him do multiple clutches, we've seen him making the rounds worthwhile.
Absolutely. Yeah, the rounds are worthwhile. The performances as well are absolutely stunning to look at from Wimp, and to a certain extent from every single player that will be playing. Not just even in the Revenant lineup, but again, all over the 10 players that we will be seeing in the server today. These guys have shown time and time again their individual brilliance. And speaking of individual excellence as well, we've got Paradox, who, okay, yeah, sure, if we have a look at the most recent game, did not have the best of performances. Yeah. I mean, I can't sugarcoat it. He had a below average performance against Velocity on this map of Bind. However, the past performance of Revenant have been quite strong. Yep. Granted, everyone watching, Revenant is the only team who have defeated Southeast Asian rosters time and time again. They faced off. I mean, they only lost to Bleed Esports. Other than that, they defeated Alter Ego. They defeated Fancy United. These guys know exactly what they're doing, and when they're in the server, they can execute it to perfection.
And yes, according to previous stats from group stages, Revenant already beat Fancy United once. There's a good chance, there's already an ace up their sleeve that they can actually take Fancy United down. Again, that was another story because it was a best of 1 series, but this is a best of 5 series, which gives more than one chance for both the teams to prove themselves and play the best of their game. And of course, on 5 different maps. And coming to the map, Vito, I think, we're going to be seeing most of the maps. Only 2 maps will be getting banned out of the entire map pool we've got in competitive scene. But I want to see which map we're going to be starting off with, because the kickstart presents a lot for both of the teams. Who gets the first map, who has the map pool in their favor. And I guess we are here for the map veto, and yet again once we see Ascent to be the first map by Revenant. We've got Breeze on the second, Haven on the third, Bind on the fourth. Last but not least,
yeah, last but not least, Fracture is going to be the decider. However, yeah, Ascent being the first choice of Revenant makes a lot of sense, right? The only other time Fancy United Esports and Revenant Esports have faced off against each other, it was on that map of Ascent. Revenant ended up winning right there. It went to overtime. It was extremely close. Both the teams, they were on the opposite sides of their dynamic. Revenant were playing really utility based. They had no duelist composition. They just wanted to expend their utility time and time again, keep the attackers at bay. Meanwhile, Fancy United were playing double duelist. You had Nizzy on that Jet, you had Yes I Can on that Phoenix, and they just wanted to break through the defense of Revenant at breakneck speeds and essentially crumble their defense from within as long as you're into the bomb side. However, since a lot for both of the rosters, at least on Ascent, a lot has changed. Fancy United since then have dropped that double duelist. More recently, when they played against franchise players and they played against Xerxia, Nizzy was on the chamber to, I guess, incorporate a little more of a stronger defensive element. Since now that you have chamber, Nizzy can hold down a bomb site with the headhunter, with the operator, with the Torre force, whatever you want from him, because again, he's Nizzy. And yes, I can fulfill that duelist role by just playing the solo Phoenix. However, those plays also worked out. Fancy United managed to beat Xerxia 13-11. They'd also defeated, you know, franchise players to a certain extent. So keeping that in mind, Fancy United are looking strong, but Revenant also have beaten them in the past.
I mean, they're looking stronger than ever, and of course, we know the kind of history Revenant has with the map of Ascent.
Exactly.
A total 100% win rate so far in the VCT of season. But coming back, let's have a look at how Nizzy's team actually performed so far in Ascent according to their kills, attack win rate, rounds, and post plan. Seems like their focus was mostly on the B-bomb side, and I believe that it's one of their best way to pick up the start of the game. I think it's one of the best sites that they've been concentrating on so far.
And I gotta say, for Nizzy, right, on attack and on defense, that heavy focus on B-bomb side, again, with this heat map, I want everyone to focus on the places which are, again, more heated up, more red or orange in color. Where is it? It's towards the B entrance. It's right behind Shed and towards defender spawn on B, which means Nizzy, be it Nizzy on defense as the Jet, as the chamber, he peaks early on from B main, gets a lot of kills, because again, we are looking at that heat map, falls back towards Shed, tries to get a couple of kills from there as well, usually successful, and then he falls back even further towards defender spawn, towards that top half. So we can see this kind of rolling retreat Nizzy is adamant on having on his own defense, is that you're playing hit and run. You get that one kill, B main, you fall back towards Shed, you look for another kill, fall back even further, and even if the attackers can plant the spike, well, you have gotten at least 2 kills to your name. You can then launch that retake with your teammates, and then in that retake, you know, you can successfully look to defuse the spike. But I gotta say, Nizzy has been having a stunning performance on Ascent. 99 kills for him, just one shy away of 100 kills on just a single map as a solo player in one Challenger Series. Whew. He has had a spicy performance.
I know, and we've got another spicy performance coming in
Fair
from
enough,
Revenant's side as well. And I should tell you, this man has been a core system for the entire Revenant Esports, and that is Paradox, of course, with 66 kills and a 50% attack win rate with 75 rounds in his favor and 19 out of 27 post plans. And look at Paradox. I think he is one of the players who focuses more on the bomb sides. We can see once again, we see a lot of heat coming in through B entrance and towards the B bomb side.
Yeah, so that's the thing. This is to a certain extent, I wouldn't say the opposite of Nizzy, but a different theory players can apply. Paradox is playing not hit and run necessarily, but he is playing uncertain angles in the sense that he can be anywhere on the bomb site, and as an attacker, you've got to find him, you've got to search every single angle out there. And when you least expect it, that's when Paradox is going to strike. He has all over the map a larger presence, even towards A, being focused towards gardens, towards catwalk, on heaven, under heaven as well we can see, and towards the boxes on the right side, means that Paradox is going to be all over the map. And like I just said, when you least expect him, that's when he'll strike. He's not going to be a very hotbox oriented player in the sense that Nizzy, when he's on B main, Nizzy is looking to pick up 2 kills, perhaps even 3 kills, only then he falls back. Paradox will be perfectly fine with falling back as long as you don't know where he is and as long as he can strike back again. So now that we have seen both of these players and their play styles over the map of Ascent, let's have a look at the numbers and let's have a look at how they've been performing in their games.
Yep. And looks like it's two of the best players from Revenant and Fancy United, that is Nizzy versus Paradox right now. Nizzy although stands on top with 317 ECAS against Paradox, who has only 232. But the best part about both of these players are that they are the most consistent players that their teams have got.
Yep.
They never let the team go down. And of course, unless it's a hard-fought victory like how Revenant Esports had yesterday against VNT in Bind, I think rest of the maps they've put their best. And let me tell you, Nizzy still stands at the top of the table and Paradox was in 3rd position, if I was not wrong, in the top average kills.
I believe he was 3rd, 4th. I think,
Yeah.
no, I think Paradox was either 4th. I could be wrong on that as well. 4th, 5th, somewhere along those lines. But yeah, there were many players in the top 5 standings who weren't, who again didn't make it to the playoffs. You know, we had plenty of players from Xerxia, from franchise players, Alter Ego, all these guys sadly just couldn't make it. Which again, I had pointed this out yesterday. It's got a lot to do with your overall team performance. So this is something that I assume every single up and coming player should know, is that Valorant is all about the team game. It's 5 versus 5 and it's entertainment throughout. So now that we are starting the match as well, to further enjoy and to further start off the entertainment, let's throw it over to our casters and let's see what they've got to say as well about this matchup.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'll take a look at this match and I realise there's nowhere else I'd like to be as Revenant Esports take on Fancy United. And for a best of 5, I'm really looking forward to seeing sort of the versatility in the map pool of Revenant, especially now that they've sort of shown the growth they've had on Ascent. Let's see where else this expands to. Of course, I'm your caster Crema 3. I'm joined by the amazing Grace. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm actually really excited. Again, I think the map veto has been really interesting, especially when we look at who's starting on that attack, who's starting on the defense on different maps. Again, granted, Ascent, I think that's going to be the spiciest one, to be honest. We've seen a lot of Ascent this season, haven't we? And I think that means that there's going to be a lot of data to work with on both sides. So I'm curious to see how they're going to kind of be going head to head with each other. If there's going to be any counter stratting coming through, it's going to be quite obvious to us all. Again, with Breeze as a second map, Revenant will be starting on the attack. And I think that's going to be quite an interesting one too. We talk about the longer lines of sight that can be held on that map too, and how if they can, in my opinion, if they can pull Breeze in their favor, the remaining 3 maps will be pretty decent for Revenant as well. Again, depending on whether they start on that attack or defense, even if it goes the whole way, the whole 5 maps, they will be starting on the attack on Fracture, which will certainly benefit them. It's a very attacker-sided map. For now, though, we're going into Ascent, and I'm already very, very pleased to see a lot of Fade across the board.
No, you're right, and I think Fader's going to have a serious impact here. The other kind of agents I'm keeping an eye on is Wimp's Killjoy was bloody good over the last couple of matches that we've seen from them. Furthermore, Yes I Can's Phoenix on both Ascent and on Breeze. Now, when he first picked it in sort of the opening couple of maps of the group stage, Fancy did look a bit shaky, but they've just got better and better and better, and I now really can't wait to see where Yes I Can's peak is. Bear in mind, Nizzy's already playing out of his mind. So now that we have Yes I Can sort of thrown into the mix as well, what do Revenant have to respond? Bear in mind as well, it's the unique weed composition from Revenant with no duelists. Or a chamber.
This is it, but again, they focus so much on util, and I'm here for that. I'm 100% here for that. Again, the KO, the Fade, we've seen how they work those two around each other so well, and when they do, it works gloriously. Again, Yes I Can on that Phoenix. I think that paired with Suka on the Fade is just going to be a spicy one. I think that's a very aggressive kind of defensive style for them. Again, they will be starting on the defense here. So they need to be playing into the util that they're bringing here, realistically. Both teams should be. Again, Revenant, when they're on those attacks, we've seen how well they can play the post plan. They're not willing to get into those lines of sight. They're not willing to go for those peaks. They'll just hold back and just throw their utility. They're so good with their lineups. And again, when you've got a team that probably are going to, again, based on the agent picks there, I think that we're going to see Fancy be very, very aggressive when it comes to their defense, lots of overextension, and Revenant, on the other hand, are going to kind of play it really passively but really smartly. And I think that's going to be a really nice combination to see happen. I love the fact that we've got to best of fives now, because it means that, like, you know, the first map, if it's done, no one's really going home just yet. We've got this very nice, long and slow burn with it. And I think certainly with these two, you know, two very different play styles, it will be a certified barn burner.
Certified barn burner. A certified shed inferno, some would say. Interestingly enough, I think that, bearing in mind that this is a best of five, that's grand and all that for sort of testing the versatility of these teams, there's no lower bracket. So yes, it's a best of five. That does give you the grace of losing kind of one or two maps, which could be your opponent's best two maps. You still need to play well, because there are no second chances. And so that's something that's really going to be felt, especially in these teams, as if you go up to the finals, there's going to be a lot of material to anti-strat, with the finals also being best of five. That's enough speculation for now. Let's head into Ascent, where Fancy will be starting on the defense with Revenant on the attack.
Oh, I'm so excited for this, Creamer. I really want to see how this is going to go from the get-go. I really want to see Yes I Can's positioning here. I assume Nizzy may be kind of lurking around mid, maybe not in the opening round, but if Nizzy goes for a huge mid overextension from the get-go, we certainly know that we have a game on our hands, but let's see how this goes. We see Suka getting ready with Physio to kind of apply this immediate pressure to a long, and Revenant, as expected, just having a little bit of a quiet moment, just working out what they want to do, where this Yuta wants to go as well. So, again, very quiet pace to start this pistol round. Surprised actually that we're not seeing an overextension in the pistol round from the defense, though. That's usually the kind of moment where people want to try and get a little bit cheeky with it.
Right. Early smoke from the Omen is going to buy a bit of space here. And for Yes I Can, it's sort of set up in an early warning system. Visio as well. Having played Wine there, could have been a nice bait and switch setup. I actually like Fancy's call to back off. After that Omen smoke, the rest of the map's gone quiet, which means Revenant more than likely are behind this smoke. So rather risk themselves on that close angle in Wine, instead of playing the early warning system with Yes I Can. The hot hands will be dropped to buy a bit of space. Yes, the trademark gets removed from the chamber, but that isn't going to slow Revenant at all on this initial hit. But look how quick Fancy have been able to stack the site. Revenant realizing this, they hightail it out of there. They head back round to mid, which means it's going to be down on particularly to Killers to give either a big delay, a big slow, or better still, a good couple of kills.
It's been really actually quite clever by Fancy, because they were using util of their own to really burn out that timer for as long as possible. They've kind of adapted to Revenant's playstyle somewhat, and Nizzy ready and waiting at the back here. Here we go. There we go. Beautiful trades from both teams. Killer's taking on Blackhawk, Logi taking on Nizzy, but Killer's is there to take down Wimp. Logi onto Yes I Can, and Suka and Visio having a little bit of a field day here as Paradox is left by themselves in a 1 versus 2. Seems to be going for the exit flag over the objective focus, and there we have it. Fancy taking that opening round rather in their favor. Again, I love the fact that they kind of got Revenant into a position where the timer was ticking, so they had to kind of commit. Like, the rotation had to come through, but they had to at that point know, okay, no, we actually have to fully go for this site. We have to all kind of stampede all the way through market and just try and get as close as possible. But of course, ready and waiting was Nizzy. This is going to be an interesting one, Krem.
I was really happy with Killer's reaction there. Even after every player was sort of pinged by the Fade Horn, he didn't overextend. He realized that time was what he needed on his side there, not the kills. So nice bit of discipline. It works out very nicely for Fancy. And for Revenant, yes, they are able to almost get past a bit of a main control. That's almost instantly retaken. Killer's on the Vandal. He's earned it after the performance on the first round. We'll be shutting down Wimp with the rest of Revenant now, stacking up in mid and getting ready to assault this position. Guarded for the time being by Nizzy, but with only a ghost, what good can he do? Information on the first. There's the swing in the attempt to trade. It's very labored by both teams. Nonetheless, though, the information is there as Revenant, they slowly get their mid control.
Oh, beautiful shot there by Nizzy. Paradox falling down. A second one onto Blackhawk as well. That's certainly going to start to apply the pressure on the remaining two players of Revenant. There we go. Down A. Coming through there. As Battle of Fools, but there we go. Killer's ready and waiting. It's just very, very nice cleanups at the moment from Fancy, really.
I won't lie, I'm pretty impressed by Nizzy there. Bearing in mind, it was a labored fight in mid. A labored fight in mid. And then he instantly instantly was able to redeem himself with 2 quick kills. Bear in mind, only a Ghost going into the second round means that he has the cash, and well, we see it there. Operator 3rd round, and yes, there are only 2 Spectres on Fancy in the hands of Super, and yes, I can. That's sort of equalized by having this Operator. And with an early Operator, I think there's probably a world here where Revenant don't expect it, as they sit outside of A. They're waiting to see where the Fancy aggression is. It's over in mid, but no one's there as an early warning system.
That's 100% it. Fancy leaving A pretty much nice and open for the taking, but again, if you're Revenant, you really want to be careful, because at this point, if you're Revenant, it would feel like a trap going into that kind of situation, wouldn't it? But here we go, the rotation is coming back, but a little bit scruffy around this garden area. Could have taken down Blackhawk, though, just to pad out the defensive favor a little bit more. But look at this, Revenant actually being able to get fully into sight now. That's why he's firmly pumped down.
I love it. It's a clean kill onto Fisio to garner that control needed. And luckily for Fancy, Revenant are currently trapped on this site. It's only Wimp who's been able to get back to main. However, what good can they do, especially at point blank? Yes, I Can's going to lead this charge. The initial flash has been avoided. It's laboured by Yes, I Can. Good for the first, but the collapse is coming in now. Bad Love, what can he do? Finished off by Killers. It's all on Wimp. He's won this before. He needs to find a way to do it again. The Storm Grenade goes off. Can he deploy it? Yes, he can, but not in the right place. The fuse will come through. Fancy make it 3 as they get off to a killer start with Killers getting another 3K.
Absolutely. It's interesting because I think at the start of the round we saw Logi being a point away from their ult, and I was wondering if they were going to pick up an ult at any point and try and go for the Cosmic Divide, and that would have enabled them a little bit more on this site, but it didn't quite happen. Again, yes, maybe that's cheesing it a little bit. Maybe you want to wait a little bit longer, but I do feel like they needed to get a kind of round on the board by any means possible. At least it's up now, though, Krem. At least it's up now. We also have Killers have his ult up too, so again, wondering if that will just be saved for the potential inevitable collapse. Again, Revenant really are making their way into the site now, and regardless of the fact that the aggression that we're now starting to see from Fancy is coming through.
Shadows traveling.
Here we go. Collapse is starting to go through. Fisio ready and waiting, trying to get a few lucky shots through the smoke, but it's not going to come through just yet. And that spike, once again, is going to be forced down. So it's another retake situation for Fancy. Killers trying to get their way up into that heaven spot just to start to apply the pressure, start to apply those crossfires, and there we go. There's that Cosmic Divide that I was talking about, and this is exactly what we want to see from Revenant. A really comfortable post plan in theory, but will it work out in practice?
So a lot of players pushed up to here. Trying to get through his position is going to be damn difficult. Logi's already hit by the Operator, finished off by Yes I Can, who's going to have some perfect flashes to get through. Good for 1, good for 2. Can't quite make it 3, but Fisio's there to clean up the rest. It's all on to Bad Love, who's having to dance around Generator. There are only so many angles he can cover at once. For Fancy, that is a bloody clean retake. And it looks like Fancy, the way they've been staging these retakes has been through, if they don't have everything controlled, rather than risk losing players to Heaven, all of them go back around towards Tree. The Phoenix wall comes out, the Phoenix flashes over the wall, and they all run to Generator. It seems like quite a cookie-cutter retake on this A site that they've been running, and it seems like no other team has found a way to stop this strategy from happening. Furthermore, Yes I Can with the run it back, Killers with the null command, and while that is going to be very effective for Fancy, over on Revenant they're about to hit this power spike with the Hunter's Fury available for Bad Love, with Paradox and Blackhawk all 1 away from their rolls, which means the longer this round goes on for, the better off they'll be here. With, once again, Fisio going for the early aggression, Flash is going to allow him to swing out, but Yes I Can, his run it back is going to quickly be mitigated by a Wimp through the wall there. Not too much damage being done. However, this is the one to give that killing blow. Out comes Yes I Can. It's the main Phoenix now, as it turns out to be an absolute collapse onto these players towards the back of the main. Fancy looking to run it down with the run it back and bring Revenant to a 5-0 deficit.
I think that's it. When you see the run it back pop on defense, it either means one or two things. It either means they're going to really, really delay it and wait for the last minute, or they're just going to go for that immediate hyper aggression. And that's exactly what we saw there. And do you know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. It was a little bit horrible to watch, to be honest, though. Again, the way they all kind of swarmed towards Revenant, rightly so, weren't really expecting that kind of aggression in that moment, and kind of got caught into some really uncomfortable positions that they couldn't really get out of.
it's a clean shot. That's a bloody clean shot from Nizzy. Legs down Blackhawk. Now remember, Revenant have a plethora of ultimate abilities to help them here. The issue is actually being in a position to execute them with only Sheriffs, with only Spectres here or there. Nizzy's going to miss the Prowler, so he's going to have to reposition. He's going to give up quite a bit of control in mid, but with the attacker Killjoy ult going down, Nizzy now knows where the attack's coming from. Suka in mid has seen that they have control over in mid, but they're able to wallbang it. There goes that generator. And now Nizzy licking another player. This is where things get really dire for Revenant. Nizzy, backside continues to be a sentinel of light, just raining down death upon everyone. Trying to get away, just about does so. Wimp will finish the job on the Suka in the meantime, but with Nizzy and Killers both continuing to just work off one another. When one picks the other's hiding, the to and fro is perfect. Eventually the utility will finish off Nizzy, but it's too little, too late. Revenant 6-0 down as Fancy just get better and better.
That felt like the site execution version of biting into, you know, a chocolate and it's actually got raisin in it. Like, you gotta pick, your heart's gotta pull out for Revenant then. They got that lockdown going, they went for the collapse, they had all this control, or so they thought, and then ready and waiting in the mud was just Nizzy and Killers, waiting to just clean them up. And again, that's a really uncomfortable position to be in, because you know that, yes, you're approaching from the high ground, but there's so many lines of sight that can be cut off there because of how that layout at the back is. It's a really uncomfortable one to try and contest at times, and they didn't really seem to be able to use the util they needed to try and get that to work, especially when, you know, Nizzy really landing his shots.
The inflo's there for Wimp as well, and it's just perfect. Fancy, their aggression is so calculated, it's so methodical, and oh, the wall bang! It does so much damage! Yes, the Nightfall's committed, but does it matter? Everyone just falls to the floor. This is turning into a smorgasbord of carnage from Fancy United right now. I'd say what the hell, but we're already there. Right now, Fancy, these devils won't let Revenant get even an inch of space.
And this is it, because it's like Revenant, when they do have that space, they play it so well. As I say, they're so good with how they use their util, they're so good at how they can be calculated about things. It's just Fancy have fully realized that, okay, we can be hyper aggressive and it's not actually going to be contested at the moment. So they're going to try and hold off as best they can. You know, you've got a little bit of a back check there, a little bit of a flank watch coming through by Logi, and again, also Wimp holding mid as well, just in case a flank does come through. And that's at least going to protect the other three players of Revenant as they try and make their way. But ready and waiting will be Nizzy and Vizio. Here we go. There's one by Vizio. There's one by Nizzy. Paradox is actually able to trade it back. So that's at least one down for the count. And that spike is going to be forced. It's going to be cheese. But there we go. Can they actually manage to get Black Hawk up? No, they can't, because Nizzy with the opposites going to take down Paradox. Black Hawk's going to fall too. And now poor Win and Logi have to try and save it. What? But there we go. A cleanup that's ultimately shut down by Nizzy. Once again, feeding themselves a little bit. We've seen him pop off in the server before, but goodness gracious me. Is he going to get away with this? Yes, he is. Wait, no. Yes, he was. Oh, that was by the skin of his teeth.
That was by the skin of his teeth, but Wimp, there isn't going to be many scenarios. If we rerun that round, there aren't going to be many times where Wimp gets both kills there. Both nearsighted, blinded, and running. He gets both headshots in just about 3 or 4 bullets. So he'll count his lucky stars to that one, that's for sure. Unfortunately, it does come down to the final just few nanoseconds. But Fancy, that's all they need. 8-0, they now lead with a huge ult advantage going into the 9th round here. For Revenant, it is once again going to be this setup towards A. This time, though, the Killjoy's been left to lurk towards B Link in an attempt to try and mitigate the aggression that's been coming out of Fancy.
Spike drop now. And the only thing they can do is really just play safely, hold all these angles possible from the get-go. They know his aggression is there. There we go. Paradox taking on Killers, but Yes I Can ready to trade it back onto Wimp. Paradox, the second one down to Yes I Can as Black Hawk takes down Vizio as well. This is already looking so much better for Revenant. They only have to deal with Nizzy and Suka, but I say that, we've seen how Nizzy can pop off. As long as they can maintain this slight control now, this should be nice and good. And there we go, Nizzy falls down. Bad Love, beautiful pick there, getting on the flank. Rooney, poor Suka is left in a 1 versus 4 retake, and not exactly the most favorable position to be in. Knows he has to bait out these 1 versus 1s, but Revenant aren't going to give it to him just yet, so maybe a little bit of an up save here as they hightail it all the way to B. I mean, gotta respect it. I think that's the only thing you really can do in this situation, isn't it, Graham?
Yeah. No, it absolutely is. What I really liked there was Revenant sort of expecting the aggression of Fancy. Now that they're sort of honed to the fact that Fancy will fight you everywhere they can, we're starting to see players just push in an anti-flash position. I believe that may have been Logi pushing up through mid there on short, just had his face to the wall. So he knew a Phoenix flash was coming from somewhere. When that flash did come in, and we saw the Phoenix go through, try and fight with Nizzy going through the smoke, there were players already in anti-flash to fight straight off the back of that contact. And it caught Fancy off guard there. You saw it, a lot of them end up just whiffing quite significantly. Revenant, they punish it, they get themselves on the board. Now, if they can push it to just 3 or 4 rounds, this is by all means doable, Grace. But they need to find that consistency. And against 5 readily available ultimates on Fancy, it's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Again, the run it back being up, we've seen how that worked really well for Fancy last time. Again, based on the fact that they're able to be so aggressive and how that ult's really nice for being aggressive because, you know, if it goes wrong the first time, you've still got your life left. That's going to be an uncomfortable one, I think. 5 ults being up. But at the same time, you know, if Revenant can get into a position where they can get that lockdown of Wimps down, that might work a little bit better for them. Again, Bad Love, we've seen how good they are on the Sova, and again, having that ult in pocket could really just hold back any push. If they try and maybe bait a little bit, this could be the play here. We'll see what happens though. Again, Fancy, we know that they probably will go for overextensions at this point, but will Revenant be able to wait ready for it? This is, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. If Paradox collects an orb too, that's potentially another ult on the table that would really benefit them. Same with Logi. Again, is this going to be an absolute ridiculous round of just full ult dumps on both sides?
I mean, seeing the start of Ascent here, Grace, do you believe Revenant have a chance? Do you see the comeback happening, not just on Ascent, but maybe in the series?
I think they have a chance. Again, it's a best of 5. There's a long, long way to go yet, and I think the main thing is if they do get beaten out here, and they get beaten out like pretty badly in terms of round differential, they just have to maintain their composure, which I think they fully can do.
You're right. I'm inclined to agree with you. Bearing in mind, Revenant are on boot camp, so they have the coach behind them, they have the support staff behind them. Being able to sort of rest between rounds or between maps is going to become much easier for them. And now with a push through short, they're about to show Nizzy how easy it can be. As they get ready to assault this initial position by Suka, held by Tree. In mid, Nizzy, he attempt the aggression here. Flash is going to force him out of position. Instead, he doesn't even want to risk the engagement. Backs off. Bad Love now. Spots out the Phoenix as well with the Owl drone. Gets the hit on the target. But little does he know the Omen is still playing from Wine here. Right now, there is no significant position that can be played for Fancy because everywhere they are is going to be outflanked. Suka and Yes I Can, realizing they can't run, they just keep fighting. Nizzy in mid is going to be spotted out by the flank of Logi. It's all onto Logi. Gets the first. He knows about killers. Doesn't necessarily mean he can kill him though. As he's picked off, Fancy will make it 9. I love the re-aggression here. You saw the huge ult stamp from Revenant over to main, over to A main. Vicio, he uses his teleport to get out of there, then goes back into Wine, so that even if they ended up losing Tree there, they could have kick-started that retake before the spike had even gone down. Really, really effective teamwork from Fancy there, and really effective positioning. Also, I want to highlight they didn't overcommit the ults. With the Nightfall and the From the Shadows, Fancy so far. Over on Revenant, there is going to be a Lockdown, Nightfall, and Cosmic Divide all available for them. But getting into the position to utilize them is where they really need to be effective.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And again, last time they tried to use that lockdown, it did go a little bit squiffy for them. The aggression there yet again. Yes, I can, but it's immediately traded back out. Paradox getting 2 there. A little bit of a run and gun on both sides, but at least both maintaining same casualties. A 3 versus 3 as Killers and Wimp go for a little bit of a ring around the rosy, but Wimp is going to ring that one out. Can this trade come through from Nizzy? Yes, it can. Of course it does. Nizzy every time, and now they're pulling out the operator. Beautiful shot there, taking out Paradox. Can they find Bad Love, or can Bad Love fade out these engagements? There's at least one. Taking out Suka. Can use a little bit of intel here just to work out where Nizzy is, and there we go. That's at least going to hold Nizzy back a little bit, and Nizzy's not scared at all. Nizzy's like, yeah, you can have my location. I'm still going to hold this angle. Come get me, bro. I love to see this. There we go. Beautiful shot there. Nizzy. The man doesn't care. The man is hungry for it.
The discipline and the confidence it takes to be pinged kind of 6 or 7 times and still hold the position. That's it. That's incredible. And look at this second shot here by Nizzy. We don't get to see it, but he was hardly scoped. This is it here. Look at that. Just disgusting. That's blasphemous. And for Bad Love, I mean, yeah, it's a nice attempt at the clutch. And he played the clutch well. To get that much info onto Nizzy is perfect. Unfortunately, Nizzy, he's just lightning fast. Revenant now, fortunately, with only 1 round to their name, they identify it's going to be a fast hit towards B. The null command instantly deployed. Nizzy isn't in a position to help, which means Killers has to go huge here. He does have the friendly from the shadows to assist him there. Swing comes out, yes I can, go for the first on the flank, but it's just a slaughter! Fancy United are looking immortal right now, Grace.
That was just disgusting. That was just disgusting. Again, hats off to Revenant. They went for it. They were like, you know what, let's force the objective. Let's get around on the table just by cheesing it a bit. Revenant, Fancy rather, ready and waiting. It's gotta knock you a little bit at this point. Again, though, as we say, Revenant are on boot camp. When you're in that kind of situation, even if you do horribly lose a map, which, to be fair, may happen. Again, we'll see how things happen when we go onto the side switch. But if you lose, you know, you're playing in that kind of LAN environment where your teammates next to you, they just give you a little pat on the shoulder, and, you know, your mental's completely fine. As Prem was saying, your coaches are there, your team's there, the vibes are high. You can kind of, you know, sort yourself out a bit and get back into it. So I don't feel scared for Revenant yet at all. This head-to-head, though, Krem, how do you like those apples?
I'm surprised Wimp is staying relatively close in ACS to Nizzy. I say relatively close, both numbers start with a 2. Which is more than I was expecting. For Nizzy, let's be honest, he's just having a great game. And Nizzy doesn't have to have too impressive a game either, because Killers is stepping up, as is Fisio. There's no real need for him to have these sort of kind of 25, 30 kill games, because there just isn't enough rounds for it.
It's just, yeah. I think we potentially, again, that's only the first half, and we've seen how much of an incredible defense Fancy are playing there. Maybe we'll see these statistics change slightly as time goes on. Again, we think about the slow burn that Revenant like to play, how clever they can be with their util. I think that, granted, the fact that they will expect at this point that Fancy are going to be looking to get as aggressive as possible, and it's just knowing what utility you have in pocket to shut that down. So that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, that we need to be keeping our eyes on right now going into the second half. Granted, it is a long and steep hill that Revenant now have to climb up to even get close to it now. But all the Revenant fans in chat, send your energy, I suppose. But yeah, Fancy are just absolutely dominating this map thus far.
They absolutely are. And I want to mention that no one player is popping off significantly. I mean, you look at the KDs of every member of Fancy, it's all relatively close. Only just a handful of kills separating their bottom and top fragger. And even Suka, who is the bottom fragger, just not seen anyone. He's only got 3 deaths. No one's fighting him. Over on Revenant, same sort of story, but the issue is when you don't have a dedicated duelist, your team all need to pop off when you want to have an effective game. Now, with this composition, they will be better on the defense. But 11-1 good? I don't know, Grace.
This is it, though. Like, again, Paradox is usually their duelist, but Paradox going onto the Fade, I think that the way that they try and use Fade as a duelist is actually really spicy. And I actually like that about Revenant a lot. I like it when people want to be creative with it and they want to, you know, try what they can when it comes to that util. So It's just more the factor of Paradox and, you know, the rest of the team using the utility to enable these opening engagements. And it's very difficult when you've got players like Nizzy as well. Players like Nizzy, players like Yes I Can, who are just kind of just running at you like ferocious beasts half the time. And it's, again, what utility do you have that's to slow that down? Because it's a lot of information utility, but nothing really to delay or push them back outside of maybe the KO, maybe a few smokes and things like that. Maybe, you know, it's an uncomfortable way to have to attack.
It is. And now for Revenant, they get ready for it's a very defensive setup from Revenant as well. Fancy on the flip side, they spent their pistol round pushing. Revenant, with the amount of utility they have, they can just back off. The dagger's going to be avoided by Wimp, which means all of this Killjoy utility is going to put Fancy at the mercy of the swarm grenades. And actually, they don't even want to risk it. Out comes the full push. Out goes those swarm grenades. Wimp's good for the first, but I imagine there's more to come. Yes, I Can. Already tagged. Has to drop down. Already reloading. Bad Love chimes in, and it's separated the attacking force thanks to those swarm grenades. From backside, Wimp continues to just hemorrhage the HP of Fancy, leaving 2 players left standing. 13 seconds to push with. Dare I say it, Grace, they're just going to be timed out, even if they get these kills.
There we go. There we go. Revenant getting one of those all-important rounds back on the table, winning out that first opening defensive round for them, and that's what we like to see. Comeback, did you say?
Yeah.
I mean, I want to see it, personally. I think that, again, it's the semi-finals. This is the thing. It's the semi-finals. And I know, granted, we've been very, very spoiled throughout the tournament so far, but, you know, sometimes we wanna get into our bougie best selves, and we want to be spoiled further.
Let's see now.
And I think to see this go very, very close would be us being spoiled, and that's what I want to see.
Remember as well, there's a lot of money on the line here. Like, there's an extra 4,000 USD. That's got to really start to add the pressure. And I'm not sure. I would argue that Fantasy may be immune to the pressure. Revenant a little bit less experience, but nonetheless, a team that once again are on bootcamp with a strong support staff. Maybe the money is about to pale in comparison to the prestige toppling Fantasy. 11-2, the scoreline. They need to play perfectly. With Logi falling, suddenly Fantasy look pretty damn effective, even with just classics and the odd headhunter.
100%. Oh, beautiful little ratty angle being held there by Blackhawk. That's exactly what I want to see. Get in their heads a little bit. Why don't you? And look at this. They all know where this player is the other side of boxes now, but Wimp's going to collect one while they're distracted a little bit by Suka there. And
down A.
Beautiful cleanup from the side of Revenant. Poor Fisher all left by himself, and the tiniest bit of health tickle him and he'll fall over. A little bit of an uncomfortable situation for him to try and clutch out here, and all that you can be sent towards him. There we go! Blackhawk finishing him off, and it's another round on the board for Revenant, and certainly starting to get the wind under their sails. And ooh, I think I want a comeback. This is the thing, I want a comeback, but it's still such a long slog to go of it. 8 rounds they have to go to try and pull this back. That is a significant feat, and again, as time goes on, as that eco starts to get a little bit better, the side of Fancy where they're actually able to just buy like they are now, that's what worries me, Kran.
You also need to remember as well that there's, I would argue that the fact Fancy were able to do that much damage with pistols makes me worried what they can do with Vandals. And it's a sort of the odd bulldog here. It's not the best of buy for Revenants, but it's actually a very good buy considering the circumstances. Fancy go for fast mid control here. That Hornet is going to at least betray their intentions. Paradox spotted out but not punished yet, while the rest of Revenant respond with a push through main. However, that means fighting Nizzy, and I couldn't think of anything I'd like to do less right now than fight Nizzy when he's playing well. As Blackhawk now hopes for a timing here. And gets it. Nizzy falls. He'll rise to the occasion. The rest of Fancy, though, they've already committed to their rotations. Looking to hit this ace site now. Wimp is going to be the next player up to bat.
Absolutely, and Yes I Can looking for this player. The flash goes down. That's going to force Wimp back a little bit. Not immediately going to close that door. Willing to contest it by Tree. There we go. Wim taking out killers, but is immediately traded out. So both casualties going on both sides right now. A 4 versus 3. Let's win, but this hero is going to whittle down Revenant a little bit more. As Logi gets a pick there. Yes, I can. Trades it back on Blackhawk. Shutting down, yes, I can. Poor Suka in a 1 versus 2. Wants to try and cheese the plant a little bit, but is aware they are in this 1 versus 2. Beautiful duo swing. Oh, they accidentally conga line too much, and Suka is going to clean that up. That should not have happened. Revenant, they were playing that really well. They were pushing together. They had the right spacing, and then at the last minute, Krem, the last minute, they conga line a bit too easily, and that trade doesn't come through. Look at this. Oh no. They had the right spacing, and if I was wearing a hat right now, I'd take it off and throw it.
There is a god smiling down right now. Smiling down onto Yes I Can. How on earth is he allowed to get away with that? And you look at the buy from Revenant. Remember, this is map points in our opening match of this best of 3, or best of 5 even. Revenant's map pick. And they're going into it with Stingers, Luckies. Is it enough? And Ares as well in the mix here. Well, hey, Stingers enough. It is traded fairly swiftly though, but the Fragment's going to draw these players out. Yes, I Can chimes in. Bad Love instantly able to trade. Now the Bucky. Point blank, it doesn't get the first. He does it at 1 pump. Logi's able to trade it, but that's got to be soul crushing. 2 versus 2 now. And as Fancy look to plant by Generator, dare I say it, I'm getting a sense of deja vu here for Revenant. As 2 players get ready for a retake against what is going to be a very confident Yes I Can.
This is with the run it back being popped, so Yes I Can is able to lift down Logi here, who wants to hightail it out there, but the timer is ticking. There we go. Yes I Can picking out Logi and Paradox ready and waiting, but ultimately there can only be 1 winner. And my, a 13-3 victory for Fancy going into this best of 5. Again though, Revenant, they are on boot camp. Hopefully it doesn't rustle the Jimmies too much, but that was just a phenomenal performance from the side of Fancy. And I mean, I have no words. Again, it was just that round that took us to match point. I am so frustrated by that because the duo push was so perfectly spaced. That's the issue. And at the last minute, the timing, the last minute they just conga line, and that is so unfortunate. That is, I'm heartbroken for them. That is not okay.
It genuinely just felt like it was at the moment the stars just aligned for Fancy United. They just gave us a bloody good showing on Ascent, and that isn't just with sort of Nizzy being the one-man band. That was every single member on Fancy hitting hitting hard. Let's see what analysts have to think of this, because let's be honest, that was a banger of a match to unravel.
Yep, that was definitely an unexpected match coming in through between Fancy United and Revenant Esports. And so far in the VCT off season, Revenant faced their first loss in the map of Ascent. And what a performance coming in from Fancy United. I mean, they literally shut Revenant down. And I should say, there's a lot of things that we could talk about this match, because this is the very first time I've seen Revenant play such a slow-paced gameplay throughout their performance so far in VCT off season.
Yeah, it's not just about Revenant playing slow pace, it's that their hands were tied. They were forced into this. They really didn't have any other option. Fancy United, at the pace at which they were driving their own defense, just coerced Revenant into, backing off and trying to counter against the defense. However, they just sadly couldn't. And now we see the most valuable player of the entire matchup. It is going to be once more Yes I Can, the only duelist, technically the only duelist in the entire matchup, considering Revenant as well were running, Triple Initiator. And boy, did Yes I Can have a really good performance. But I think this was a point even the casters made. It's not just Yes I Can by himself. It's the entirety of Fancy United. These guys were so consistent in their kills. You kill one of them as Revenant, more of them will spawn to kill you back.
Yep, I mean, I just can't tell you how well Fancy United players have been performing so far, and I guess this match has completely given a strong statement on the performance, and not just TSI. I think overall the team has put down a majority of their work into the fragging department. We saw Fisher getting so many kills, even as a controller, he did the best he could, and the best game I've seen in this entire match from that one player was Nizi, of course. He completely blew my mind the way how he was taking up that operator in the defense side. I think Fancy United looks so strong. The mid aggression was so on point coming in from Fancy United that they didn't give any space for Revenant Esports to take a breath on. It was just a complete shutdown at B entrance itself.
Absolutely, and this was the thing. Fancy United invested in that operator quite early on. I believe we started seeing it since round 4, round 5, somewhere along those lines. And ever since Nizi got his hands on that, bolt action, I think the operator is a bolt action. Yes. I was wronged about this with the Tour de Force. Kremer had corrected me, but as far as I know, operator being a bolt action, it's still a stunning weapon, and it being in Nizi's hands made it all the more beautiful to watch and witness live in the server. So keeping that in mind, Nizi had a terrific day. I think all of us will still remember that 1 versus 1 of Bad Love up against Nizi, and Nizi just couldn't care less about what Bad Love was doing. He stood there with the operator. Shock dart, recon bolt, owl drone, throw whatever you can. You have to peek this angle, my friend. As soon as Bad Love did, sadly for him, his life came to an end.
That shows what kind of an evil gameplay Nizi was putting out there, and he already built such an aggressive picture of himself in Revenant head that even the Revenant want to go for a pick. Even though they have the advantage of the possession, they're still scared because it's Nizi. They already have a picture in their heads. Oh yeah, we're picking against Nizi. We have to take a slow peek, and that already gives an advantage for Nizi. But most importantly, one round where Revenant had such a good chance to get that round, and it could have delayed, Fancy United from taking away that match point. That was the round when Suka took down that spray transfer and got a double kill. Oh my god, that was one of the very unexpected rounds from Revenant, which I think was very, 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 not impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Revenant could have handled that better, and they could have again tried to not isolate the gunfight in such a way with their aggressive the conga line. But here, the most interesting statistic, I know everyone is going to see the juxtaposition between Revenant's first kills and Fancy United's first kills 4 to 12. However, the point I really want to focus on is the fact that Fancy United, on their own defense, they let Revenant plant the spike only a mere 4 times, and even when Revenant planted the spike, Fancy United retook the site, diffused it 3 out of those 4 times, thus RNT only getting a 25% post-plant win rate. Goes to show once more, Fancy couldn't care less about what Revenant's plans were. Fancy were like, hey, guys, position yourself wherever you can on the map, there's only limited space, we will hunt you down. Revenant tried to set themselves up in such a way that they could evade the players, maybe kill them, maybe catch them off guard. To a certain extent, yes, Revenant was successful. However, yet again, the problem was the threshold at which Fancy United were hitting them time and time again. Just wave after wave after wave of player, going for those kills, and that's all they cared about. Only those kills. There was a point in time for 2 or 3 rounds, every single member in Fancy United Esports had their ultimate unlocked on defense. Again, they didn't care because they were what's the point of ultimates? Have you seen this Vandal? Have you seen this Phantom? Bullets. They would do damage.
Yes, I mean, the overall performance was very impressive, especially their ability usage were really good towards the B entrance. But let's have a look at the economy. Anyway, this doesn't speak much if you ask me. Revenant were having a tough time. There was one round where Revenant went for an eco. They lost the round. They got a plan, but then they couldn't, play the post plan. So next time they went for a full buy, and that was the round when Nizi's teammates decided to push down through the mid, and they completely shut all of Revenant Esports outside the B main. I wonder what was Fancy United thinking before they started this game, because they read Revenant Esports strategies like a book and they executed, and it worked very well for them. And Revenant Esports, even though they had the economy to capitalize and go fight against Fancy United, but the aim, the coordination, and I think them holding on to their strategies was very difficult. And Fancy United, I saw the other side of Fancy United today. Just complete domination, complete aggression. That's it.
And that's the thing, yeah, Revenant just couldn't tackle that head on. They tried challenging it, they tried playing against it, but time and time again, they were completely, washed away further and further from that round win. And keeping that in mind, Ascent, the choice of Revenant Esports, now goes in favor of Fancy United 13-3. Our next map is going to be Breeze, a map where we have seen Fancy United play against Bleed Esports and Velocity Gaming, and both the times Fancy United have emerged victorious. So for Revenant, thing is, to a certain extent, again, I don't want to call the shots before it happened. Again, as the saying goes, it's never over before it actually is. But things are not looking like the best for R&T. The next hope these guys have is going to be map number 3, the map of Haven, where there is some hope for Revenant, but on Breeze, it just doesn't feel like that. And this has got to do with nothing with how Revenant play. It's just because Fancy United have beaten Velocity and Bleed. I'm sorry, a team who has beaten both those guys on Breeze, and you're heading to that map as your second choice, you're kind of letting yourself into the lion's den now.
Yes, and I think it's a very good explanation of why Fancy United picked their first pick in the map ban into Breeze.
Yeah.
And I think their chamber is like a nightmare in the map of Breeze, if you ask me.
Absolutely.
And Nizzy's performance, I think, against Bleed Esports, that was, I think, mind-blowing. I saw Nizzy, I still remember the match point for Fancy United. He just dashed into the bomb set with his ultimate. He got a triple kill, and that's it. Bleed Esports was done for that map. 13-11 was the score, I remember. It was such a close game. And if Bleed Esports got defeated by Fancy United
even
again.
VLT, whose favorite map is going to be Breeze as well. I mean, Velocity definitely have had that liking for Breeze for such a long time, regardless of who's playing in their roster, regardless of, the new players coming in, someone moving out. Velocity still have that huge preference to Breeze. Those guys, they also got defeated by Fancy United, which goes to show Revenant, they've got to really pull some sort of miracle out of the bag.
I mean, I think there is a miracle you can actually pull out that so far no one has actually picked up. That is Reyna and Neon. Nobody throughout the group stages have picked up both of these agents or duelists. So anyway, we know for a fact that Revenant is not really a team who is more capitalized on duelist based. But if they actually want to go ahead and play a map like Breeze against Fancy United, they can definitely capitalize on Reyna. If Paradox goes on Reyna, he can self-heal, he can flash, and more than anything, he can be self-dependent, which easily makes him the fragger for the team. So he has to focus less on the support and more on the fragging, because right now, strategies are not the only thing that can beat Fancy United. It's the aim, it's the number of kills you are getting in your hands, and I believe that, there's a good chance if Revenant picks up Reyna, there's hope.
It's still risky. Reyna definitely hasn't had the highest performance recently when it comes to the duelist market. I mean, it's still always Jet to a certain extent. Raze has been picking up traction. Neon has always been present. Fancy United are doing something completely out of the box with Yes I Can and Phoenix, reminds you of the good old days. But Reyna, maybe it's possible, definitely, those fragging powers, they will be helpful. And one thing is for sure, right? If Paradox does go for that, he knows how to hit his shots. Meanwhile, all the people watching as well, you can hit shots just like your favorite players in the server. If you go down to the description right now, check out the Amazon Great Indian Festival sale. You can get your favorite PC and gaming components at highly discounted prices from your favorite retailers. You can also use the code Amazon Gaming for an additional 5% off. And to make sure you don't run out of entertainment, stick around once we are back from the break.
feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away. Oh, I can't forget myself. The beat that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back. This one part, this 1/3, I'm sorry I lost it. No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run away. To run away.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Ultragear presents the TEC Challenger Series, powered by Amazon, GPU partner Zotac, gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, our laptop partner Asus, and our broadcast partner Loco. We're back with map number 2 for Fancy and Revenant. First one, not as much of an expectancy life that Revenant were expecting, to come their way. It was a pretty infant-sized life on Ascent, and they couldn't get past 3. And that, honestly, is really scary at the moment, because if this is the pace that's going to remain for the next map, which is Breeze, by the way, which is Fancy's another strong map,
Very strong one.
I'm not convinced that Revenant see this through till the 3rd map even.
Yeah, see, yet again, the thing with Breeze is, it's a vast map and it's open, meaning gunfights are going to be taken at every step of the way. And since it's so open, there's not much cover unless you're talking about specific angles, right? Unless you're talking about, tube where you can hide behind one of the corners, go behind the door, sniper's nest. Alright, sure, those places you've got plenty of cover, but when you're executing onto the bomb site and when you as an anchor are holding off that execute, you will be out in the open. You will have to engage in gunfights. There is no way around it. You cannot escape that. which means that for Fancy United, knowing that every single one of their members are being so consistent right now with the kills, irrespective of their agent archetype, if they're the controller, if they're the one duelist, you know, yes I can, if they're the sentinel as well, everyone's fragging out their minds, putting even more pressure onto Revenant to actually do and to actually go for the kills, because there's the same problem that happened with Revenant even yesterday against VLT as well.
Yeah, that kind of was, you know, it's exactly as CCV mentioned, you know, it depends on how aggressive they really take their defense to be. Fancy United don't care what side they're on. They've got that double dealer set up, hence it allows them to be as aggressive as possible. They don't care even if one of their duelists dies. They've still got players who, you know, Nizzy, for example, who if he plays the chamber, he couples up with Yes I Can, who goes in for that duel, supports him. And even if Yes I Can loses his life, Nizzy has the teleportation ability, of course, the rendezvous back to his you know, other spawn point, and he's still keeping his team intact. But it doesn't even matter at that point. Why? Because Yes I Can and Nizzy together at least are able to find one kill. So they trade it out even if Yes I Can does lose his life. But even then, Yes I Can, last game was the MVP. Insane stuff. This guy on the Phoenix on the Ascent is something to be witnessed time and time again.
And yet again, the same thing can be brought out on Breeze as well, right? Fancy United, they're not going to be going for the meta picks. They already are thinking outside the box, regardless of what their opponents think of that. This is the mentality of Fancy United. I am in awe of, and I'm definitely very surprised, and I commend it. It's that we don't care what our opposition is doing. For all we care, they could be counter-stratting us. We'll still continue with our plan. And right now, having a look at the map veto as well. So this map on Breeze, already Revenant being a map down, Revenant playing Breeze not too often overall as well. In Challenger Series, we've not seen it. As for the side of Fancy United, in the Challenger Series, they have played against Bleed, they have played it against Velocity, and they have defeated both of them. Means that Revenant, to a certain extent, will have their backs up against the wall once this map concludes. And Haven, Bind, and Fracture, they've got to start fragging out. If somehow Revenant can reach on Fracture, I still have hopes they may be able to close out, since Fracture is a very strong map of theirs. But yeah, there's a lot going on.
You know what I believe to be the rundown of this series is they are not coming up on Breeze. I don't think
that is true.
I don't
to a
think
certain
Revenant's
extent
going to be touching anything on Breeze except for the ground with their heads, because they're going to die. But they are going to have a good set of rounds. I believe that, like, you know, in the last game, it was 8.
Their defense.
Round number 9, I believe it was, when they first got their round, you know, in the first half. They were 8-0 down. That's when they got their first round, and I thought, all right, you know what? They're going to be able to do something, maybe make it 8-4. Kind of wrong. But we did go around to the fact that Fancy United clearly have a unstoppable force. And yeah, looking at the win rate of Fancy United in this entire series, they've got Ascent down on the ground, 4-1. By the way, if you guys do remember, it was Revenant who did beat Fancy
on Ascent.
On Ascent, but this time around, they just absolutely clobbered what was to come. And yeah, Breeze, what do you think, CCB? How do you think this is going to go? It's 100% win rate.
I mean, yeah, we've talked about Breeze time and time again, right? We know for a fact that for the side of Fancy United, it's a map with a particular strength of theirs. We have seen their gameplay on there. We know for a fact how they'd like to perform. We know for a fact how their strategies go. There once more, Fancy United force their opposition into engaging into gunfights. We saw that against VLT and Bleed. Is that, say on defense, Fancy United never want to give up control of Tube. If that happens, Fancy United will keep control of Tube until someone contests it. They force this out of the Bleed members. Even when they were playing against Velocity Gaming, they were like, we want mid control on attack. We will take mid control up until pillars, up until we are just next to Sniper's Nest, near towards that highway area as well. Velocity, you guys want to kill us? You will have to kill us if you want to take back mid control. You will have to engage in firefights, and that's what ultimately led to, you know, Fancy United getting even more kills. Is that these guys, they just want gunfights. They are so confident in their abilities to take these duels. They do not have a care in the world once more what their opposition says of them or what their opposition thinks of them. So Breeze, I gotta say, this looks like a slam dunk for Fancy.
Yeah, well, I have to agree. If they've beaten Velocity here, it's a statement to the fact that one of the best teams that we know for a fact that performs on Breeze has been beaten by Fancy in a really interesting composition as well. They play the Phoenix even here, right? They play the Phoenix even on the map of Breeze. In this series so far, it has been for Revenant a little bit towards the easier games, apart from the fact that Pearl was something they did not expect coming through from Bleed, because that roster competitively had never played Pearl. But look at the rest of the maps. They haven't played Breeze. They haven't played Haven. They haven't played Fracture or Icebox. And 3 of those maps are to come now. We're going to be seeing Haven. We're going to see Breeze now. We're going to see Haven next. And if at all it does lead to it, we're going to have Bind and Fracture.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. About Bind, Revenant, yeah, they've had their ups, but yesterday wasn't the best of performance from their side against Velocity. That was not Revenant feeling themselves. I don't know what was wrong. Certainly looked like a bit of miscommunication. Maybe they weren't into the game 100%. Whatever it was, they've got to make sure they rectify their mistakes, refine their gameplay. As for Fracture, yeah, yet again, even though Revenant haven't played on this map ever in the Challenger Series, we all know for a fact it's a very strong map of Revenant. We still remember Paradox picking up the Neon and just running around the map and going for those kills. As right now, let's stop about Fracture. Let's come back to present. Let's come back to Breeze, the upcoming matchup. And here we can see Fancy United in the 2 matches they have played on this very map of Breeze. They have played a total of 43 rounds. They've been in 12 post plants, won 11 out of them. And once more, they've been all over the map.
You clearly can see that they love their attack, right?
Yeah.
They absolutely love their attack, and especially on the B side, particularly, as you can see, there's a lot of, action towards that B side. But what I am most, impressed by is the fact that these guys have gone for 12 post plants and been able to get 11, right? 11 wins out of 12 is a pretty good and decent, win rate percentage in terms of attack. And you can see their attack win rate percentage is clearly a lot more than their defense, right? They've got 63.2% attack, and that's a pretty good stat to have. And across the 2 games, 162 kills across 5 players, 10 times they play, 10 basically.
Like 16 average?
Yeah.
Somewhere along those lines. Again, maths isn't
Pretty
my
amazing.
strongest. It's more about... Anyways, enough about maths. I think, Universe, both of us, we did enough of that. Shall I say, you did more than enough of that yesterday, calculating which teams would qualify. But now that we have the qualified teams, we are seeing their performances. We already have seen the semi-finals. This is just, an appetizer of what's to come. This is the teaser of how Fancy United play on the map of Breeze. They are looking for, yet again, those spots to just dig themselves in on the B side, on the A bomb side, alongside those pillars as well. They are right there. They will hold the angle until they die. They will be hard holding those bomb sites. They will once again be engaging in those gunfights, because Fancy United know it is a particular strength of theirs. As for Revenant, we saw this on Ascent, right? They like to maneuver around the map, overall move back and forth, somehow try to catch their opposition off guard. If Fancy United play the same way they did, it seems highly unlikely Revenant will be able to catch up. But maybe the casters will be able to shed some more light onto this matchup and see where exactly the odds are between Fancy and Revenant.
You're absolutely right. It's been a hot and cold start for Revenants. However, with Fancy dominating map 1, we now get ready to move into Breeze. Now, this is Fancy's playground. This is where we know they're going to be good. So I can't help but think, if I'm a Revenant fan, I would be a little bit scared. Unfortunately, that means I'm going to be a little bit scared. Grace, how are you feeling going into this second map, and what are you expecting to see here?
I think this is the thing, right? Again, looking at the map bans, if Revenant are able to take it here, the map bans then really start to go a little bit more in their favor. It's just this really horrible start that they've had to this best of 5 in terms of map picks. Again, Breeze, it's a map where that all-important midsection is pretty much the main thing to worry about, especially when you consider how aggressive Fancy can be. Again, players like Nizzy, the last map, are having an absolute field day with some of those op shots they were hitting. So having someone like Nizzy lurking around mid is certainly going to be a little bit spooky if you're on the side of Revenant trying to go for this attack now, which is why I want to see a lot of cover come through. Again, they do have Paradox going onto that jet, so it's that immediate line of sight that I want to see cut off, and that congestion around that midsection.
No, you're absolutely right. And you sort of look at the agent composition from Fancy. No, nothing too significant in the change, apart from Suka moving off the Fade onto the Cypher, and Nizzy, of course, moving to the Duelist. Over on Revenant, this is where things get interesting because now they're bringing out a fairly normal composition. The only difference being, of course, the Sova instead of the Cypher between them and Fantasy. Paradox now gets to move to a duelist, and Battlelove gets to move to the Chamber. So I would expect Revenant to be a little bit more aggressive going into the second map. I would also like to see how Paradox is going to fare up against Yes I Can on that Phoenix.
100%. Again, it's this idea of, you've got that chamber util, and I'm assuming Paradox will pick up an op as well. And I think that, again, the long range fights are the name of the game. Again, when it comes to Breeze, there's some really, really long angles that need to be held, and you need the utility in pocket, you need the guns in pocket to be able to do that. So again, Eco is going to be really heavy on for both these teams in terms of keeping that momentum and making sure that they can bring that kind of util to the table. Again, we do expect to see maybe a bit more aggression from Revenant looking at that lineup, but they're not really an aggressive team. They play it very smartly. They play it very patiently. So I'm wondering how that's going to really affect them going into this. Again, if I was them right now, I'd be thinking, how do we cut off these lines of sight? Again, they do have that Viper util as well, which is really, really good on this map. You can cut off so many lines of sight with all of that utility. Even things like the Viper's Pick, I think, work really, really well on this map compared to others because you can completely shut down half of those. Again, you've got this lovely midsection, but the immediate pushes to both of these sites on the shorter push is these tiny little choke points, and they can be shut down very, very quickly with Viper util for sure. They can be enabled with Viper util for sure. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to go, to be honest. Again, ideally, we want to see Revenant try and pull this back in their favor because, as I say, if they do, the following map should go a lot nicer for them.
Battlelove goes to the early pick through. I think is going to lower Battleleve's HP to just a mere 13, while the rest of Revenant are going to set up for their execution to this B site. For the time being, it looks like it will be the Jets make the headway now. Cypher being a little bit more passive because of trips, and of course the camera is in position. It's a lovely recon dart, traveling almost a pilgrimage there to the other side of the map. Eventually, it will land and it will also ping out Killers. This is while super full, so right now Killers is very alone backside. It's a labored kill against Paradox, but the kill nonetheless. Able to get the reload in time, but the flash, unfortunately, doesn't pop quick enough. With that, we're going to see Revenant with a man advantage going into this afterplant setup. Battlelove, yes, low on HP, but he does have a very effective angle here. Fisio's going to spot him out. Missed shot, though, means that he'll stay alive. Blackhawk up against the Viper's wall here, and actually the flank's been able to come through. Having to fight the KO, though, what good can Fisio do here instead of going back through? Blackhawk still his position not quite seen here. Yes, I can, goes for the high ground. Still not seen a single player yet. Eventually able to finish the Viper. It's suddenly everyone collapses. It's all on Blackhawk. 1 versus 3. Caught off in the open. Fancy a immaculate retake there as Revenant are pushed once again back down to the ground.
It's such a shame as well because Revenant really just went for it. They managed to get the control. Yes, the opening frag went in the favor of Fancy, but that was traded back very, very quickly. The full team being able to get into nice positions, but then they just lost these gunfights from these angles that they were holding. Again, maybe some duo angles need to be held there a bit more. Only the opening round though, so there's a little bit of time for Revenant to be like, okay, as time goes on, we're gonna get our little feelers out, work out what we're dealing with. Again, I love the fact that Fancy already are being very smooth with it. They're willing to make these engagements. They're willing to push it. Of course they are. And again, we're already seeing some really gorgeous utility use on the side of Revenant. And it's only round 1, Krem.
What I quite like is how Fancy went into that retake. They extrapolated that if no one's fighting us now, there's only so many places Revenant can be. And with the amount of noise Ultragear was making sort of to try and shut down Fisio, they figured out pretty quickly that if they wanted to go into this retake, they could just push through main, and it won't be until they're on top of their opponents will they end up having to fight. And they just do such a good job at restricting Revenant's line of sights that by the time, Nizzy and Fisio are fighting, they're already on top of everyone. They're already on site. You saw for Blackhawk there in the 1 versus 3. He tries to run, but they're already almost at point blank. There's no way for him to go. Remember, this is Fancy's map pick, a map which they have a 100% win rate on in this tournament.
100%, and I think that kind of puts the pressure on Revenant, but again, if you're able to maybe get them on the ropes a little bit, that's going to feel really, really good and really promising for how the rest of the series will go. So eyes on the prize for the Indian team. Now though, Nizzy, again, we've seen how much they pop off on round number one, map number one rather, but now there's a little bit more tentativeness, I'll say. Suka ready and waiting to hold it back at this collapse, but Wimp is hungry, but Wimp's actually going to be shut down by Suka. Can they get a second one? Yes, they can, and that is spiked down. And now someone needs to collect it, and they need to try something else, but Bad Glove ready and waiting for a little rotation coming through. Yes, I Can is able to shut them down. Can Nizzy actually finally win out this gunfight? Logi getting the pick down to killers. That's certainly going to lighten the load a little bit. 4 versus 2 though, it's a very uncomfortable situation to be with, remaining. Especially when you're nowhere near the spike. Nizzy getting one to Logi there, and there's that second on to Paradox. So another round on the table for Fancy. I mean, that's just unfortunate as well, isn't it? You kind of try and go for that execute, and Tsuka's just in this really tight angle.
Absolutely right here. What I quite like from Nizzy is he's not scared to just swing with that Vandal. What you find a lot of teams do is when they have a couple of Vandals in their second round buy, what they do is they end up allowing the whoever has the Vandal to sit on the back line and then bait whoever it is who doesn't have the Vandal. In this case, it's the other way round. You have the first man with the Vandal swing in, just go for a constant fight, and it ends up working really effectively for them. Nizzy, once again, aggression with this Vandal into the full eco of Revenant. Remember, they force fought last round, and this is going to try and punish that now. Good for the first, it's a clean shot onto Bad Love. He also knows that Paradox is going to be on the close angle. Just trying to free fire him for the time being. It's labored, but eventually he gets that kill, with Yes I Can also having his fair share of combat for center sight. Good for the first. Sees Wimp low HP, of course, on the Phoenix. He's going to have a great chance to heal that. With Wimp doing a fair bit of damage, though, Nizzy falls, and for Fancy, they need to make sure they don't get too bold here, because it can be punished. Wimp, though, on only 11 HP, will quickly be finished off and dispatched by killers. With Fancy saving every Vandal they invested, it's been a very, very effective second round anti-eco for them. And with 3 Vandals, they're now bonus, well, what would be a bonus against Revenant is actually pretty damn strong.
Yeah, 100%. The thing that I'm finding interesting, though, is we've already seen an adjustment to how Revenant are approaching things again. Even that initial fight with Nizzy, yes, it didn't go in their favor, but they were at least trying to push them as a duo, and I think that already shows that Revenant are adapting, and they're being like, okay, no, we need to clear this player, and we need to do it in those duo stacks. It's just for timing again. The timing that we've seen be really unfortunate previously. There's a thing that they need to slightly iron out the creases with to try and land these opening engagements. Now a little bit of a ruckus through mid, a little bit of damage being taken onto Nizzy, and there we go, beautiful shot, Wimp.
Okay.
That's going to open up a lot of breathing room for Revenant now, as the mid pressure certainly is on, and beautiful selfie coming through by Suka there, as they're gaining that intel onto site. They know where their collapse is coming from, and they know the color that they're using, so really a case of Fancy trying to come back now. There we go. Yes, I Can taking out Bad Love. That's certainly going to alleviate some of this pressure as they try and go for what could be a retake now. I think it's going to be. There we go. Spike is planted. Suka ready and waiting to see if anyone is going to be caught off guard by potential Macaroni. But here we go. Logi ready and waiting. One step ahead. Yes, I Can taking out Black Hawk as Paradox takes on killers. But Yes, I Can once again. Third kill for the round. Taking out Paradox. 2 versus 2.
Rangman's going to buy a little bit of time here. Yes, I Can, though. No longer suppressed. Logi playing line-up, so she's going to buy even more time here. The perfect agents really for this after plan, but now it's for the ace. Yes, I Can delivers now. Low HP on Physio. Oh, he may have misjudged that. I don't think there's enough time there. Cutting it bloody close. But Fancy should be able to get that defuse, if I'm not mistaken here. Should get that defuse, and with that, Revenant will find themselves 4-0 down. A really, really strong position to be in for the members of Fancy. You can't take away from that shot on Wimp, though. What I love here, actually, is they realize that if they're shifting out on A, if they know Revenant are going quiet, it means they have a flanker. And so both Yes I Can and Suka both swing on in tube at the same time to catch out Bad Love, the sort of lurking chamber. Really, really strong round. Yes, I Can. Then 2 kills on the run it back. Get some great mileage from that ult. More importantly, he's currently going 10 kills and 0 deaths.
10-0 when we've just had round 4 is a little bit nasty, isn't it? I'm wondering if we'll see more of that as time goes on. And speaking of nasty kills, Nizzy looking to get a little bit nasty with that up now. Again, it looks like Revenant aren't willing to take it. I like how Revenant have also adjusted. Again, the positioning that they were holding during that collapse was absolutely on point. It was just, again, the gunfights. Fancy are just able to really win their ones. And here we go. They're going for the immediate execute here. Can they hunt down Killer S? I mean, there we go. Ring around the rosy. Paradox is actually going to fall there. Can the trade come out? It can eventually, but not without casualties. Suka with a 2K there, taking out Blackhawk and Wimp. And goodness me, it's all left down to Bad Love, and there we go, a swift cleanup for Suka. A very strong defense from both of those players of Fancy on that side, but I respect the fact that the objective was attempted to be forced then as well.
Running through a that's rough. Running through a snake bite into all of the utility available from the Cypher has really got to leave a bitter taste in the mouths of Revenant. Bear in mind that Cypher's just been alternating what site he sets up on, and somehow he's been predicting it beautifully each time. For the time being, though, Revenant's still yet to win a round. They're going to set themselves up for an execution over to mid. Nizzy's going to bring out the Blade Storm here, and this is the sort of fancy crunch over to B that we've been seeing all tournaments. Luckily, Revenant have been able to avoid it for the time being, but to what avail, because over on A, it would mean running into the Cypher utility. Suka does already have a pretty effective early warning system set up here.
100%, and again, already being able to see the players are approaching, so a call-out would have gone through. Rightly so, we're seeing these guys come through actually a little bit delayed here. I think a lot of pressure being applied to Suka now, a lot of utility as well to cut off the lines of sight, but a little bit of a spray and pray here, but there we go, Blackhawk flanking around that little pyramid, and that's going to make things a little bit easier, but the Viper's Pit has indeed been opened. That's going to allow that plant to go down nice and safely. The pre-fires for the Cloud might be a key here, but Nizzy actually is going to get that all-important pick onto Logi, and that's going to drop the pit, and there we go. They can just clean it up like it's a dirty floor at the end of the day.
It feels like Fancy's retakes have just got better and better as the series has gone on. Look at how Bad Love doesn't anticipate Yes I Can on the close angle. Yes, Wimp spots him out at the last moment. That's Yes I Can's first death, by the way. 6 rounds in. But Fancy, they do such a good job at trading one another. They use their utility and their presence through mid to force Logi out to the left side of that Viper's Pit, where Nizzy's waiting with the Blade Storm. And it's like the perfect counter roll. You know, once Logi moves out of that pit, Nizzy's there to trade it. Gets that trade, and then it's just an instant shutdown. The change of pace comes through from Revenant here. Fast push up through mid. Blade Storm accomplished for Paradox. But does he risk going through the Cypher cage? I think he will, but that's got to be difficult for him. Gets out of there in the nick of time, but with very few blades left, it's the Sheriffs now that have to do the brunt of the damage.
100%. Beautiful trades all across the board. A 3 versus 3. A little bit scrappy now this round, as both teams really starting to try and make these engagements go in their favor. The objective is being forced, however. We do see Paradox planting down, and there we go. Can they hold these angles together? The Owl Drone gives a little bit of intel there towards the back, but beautiful shot there by Nizzy yet again, taking out Paradox and poor Blackhawk in a very uncomfortable position. A 1 versus 3. That call-out's going to come through now. They know exactly where he is, and there we go. The crossfire from Nizzy. A beautiful shot yet again, and that defuse nice and safe.
Fancy are looking next level. 7-0. And bear in mind it is their map pick. They are in their sort of hometown. But this is after a 13-3 ascent. Fancy could be closing this series out. This best of 5, might I add, in record time.
I mean, the thing is, like, Revenant in terms of their utility use, absolutely on form. The way that they're trying to keep control, absolutely on form. You know, we've seen them even hold for the flank multiple times now. They are aware. They even did it in map number 1. It's just these gunfights. Fancy are just able to get these disgusting shots on them. It is really unfortunate, really. Look at this overextension. The real massive aggression now from Yes I Can, but there we go. Down a little bit, but it was the ulti, so that trade can come through. Paradox falling down, a 4 versus 4. Nizzy looking to get a little bit fraggy with it with that up in hand, but Blackhawk waiting for a few of those spray and prays, trying to find the heads of these defenders, and now a little bit of quiet before the storm. It looks like they really are committing to this A execute, and goodness me, Krem, what do you do in this situation? You've got Nizzy at the back with an up in hand, holding these disgusting angles. I'm wondering if we might see a bit of a rotation from Suka, but I think the timer needs to go down a little bit quicker first. For now, again, quiet before the storm, and as that timer ticks down, and there we go, the ulti coming through to try and move Nizzy from this position, but Nizzy not willing to give it up just yet. Even Flash trying to go for a cheeky pop shot. Beautiful shot there. Wimp falling down. Can the trade come through? Yes, it can. That's not a spicy shot of their own, but yes, I can. Ready and waiting to trade that back out again. Can they get a second? Or can Blackhawk and Logi do this? Can they finally get a round on the board? Logi is going to pull down, and there we go. Beautiful kills coming through from the side of Fancy as usual. It is not looking good for Revenant right now. This is getting very dangerous for them, Krem.
Nizzy's hit by a null command, a Hunter's Fury, and the attention of every member of Revenant, and he still peaks, and he still gets the kill. What? This is after Yes I Can, by the way, pushes with a run it back, which fails. He then gets shot at just the last moment there, also survives. How are Fancy alive to tell the tale? The tale of an 8-0 lead, with Yes I Can going 14-1. They're getting away with stuff that teams would only dream about. Once again, it's aggression through B main, but unfortunately for Revenant, with the commitment to go fast through mid over to this A site, it's now Suka. His time to shine on this Cypher.
Time to shine indeed. X2 coming through from mid, so I'm not sure if they are aware exactly of his positioning, but it looks like they might be, or they certainly are now. Badlam falls down, but Wimp is there with that gorgeous little trade, so now a lot of control going into the hands of Revenant. They just need to hold these angles, hold onto this site for as long as they can. So much util being used there to push away the players, and there we go. Killer's is going to get that pick on the Paradox, and that's going to start to whittle down these 4 attackers. But Wimp has something to say about it. Beautiful shot down to Yes I Can. A scrappy scrap fest now as we're in a 2 versus 2. They're going to try and stick this defuse, go for a little bit of cover as well. Logi, you've got to peek it, my friend. You've got to peek it. So what do you do when you do have ops against you like that? Killer S taking one down, and actually they don't have time to defuse it. Beautiful stuff there. Revenant finally getting their first round on the board. Wimp. The confidence there. The confidence. I love to see it. He knew that they had to get that round on the board, and he wasn't going to give up that site anytime soon. Fully just went for it. I love that.
It was a nasty shot onto Blackhawk as well. That was really clean. Following up as well, I'm really impressed with the fact that even though Logi ended up dying without getting a kill in Tube, he bought so much time for Wimp there, and it just set his teammate up for victory. Really, really strong performance from them. Over to Fancy, though, this is where things get a bit interesting, because how do they react now that Revenant have punched back? Now, they have a null command, a Neural Theft, and a Viper's Pit available. Yes I Can's about to get another run it back, but this could all be mitigated off the back of Wimp's null command. Remember, the A ultor is very easy to achieve as an attacker. So for Wimp, this could be a really, really nice setup. What could potentially be one of the quicker hits we've seen from Revenant. Remember, that was a mid to A push that unfortunately forced Suka to be the sole defender. And while he did a good job delaying and at least getting a pick, I don't know if it was enough.
Here's the thing, I think Revenant now, they know it's going to get scrappy for them, and if that last round was anything to go by, they had so much control. It's just, again, shutting down any approaches. We saw this absolute util dump come through from Fancy as well to stop any additional kind of, I wouldn't say retake from the attackers, but once they started gaining that control in their favor, that was when we saw all that Viper utility coming out to really push away the attackers. They had all that space to work with. I'm just so impressed with Wimp and the confidence in that man to just be like, yeah, I'm going to hold on until the very, very end. I'm going to contest it as long as possible. And granted, I think at the end they did try and pick up the op, but again, it's a timing issue there. But I think the fact that they were able to get that round on the board really should start to set the pace for them a little bit more. It's going to get the confidence going. Eyes on the prize.
One thing that's quite interesting is it's no longer a matter of... that wasn't confidence Wimp had in himself, that was confidence Wimp had in his teammates. And I really, really like to see that. Elsewhere, we have a bit of aggression now from Fancy, trying to probe their way through Tube. And Bad Love is going to be spotted out. I think the info from Revenant's enough. Bear in mind that Fancy have committed quite a bit of effort into controlling Tube. Should be no surprises to the aggression there. Revenant instead set up for a push over to B. where the Cypher and the KO lay in wait, readily available to try and shut down this attack.
And here we go, but Killer S is ready and waiting, shutting down Wimp. He needs to be res. There's a bit of cover to do so, but there we go. Super beautiful pick down to Logi. No immediate trade just yet. There we go. There is that all-important trade. Suka falling down as Paradox gets that engagement. But have they noted Killer S? No, they haven't, because he's going to get a 2k for his confidence. Yet again, a 3k now, and that is
oh my!
And before it's a blink and you'll miss it moment. Again, just having that high ground, having that confidence to just stay there and be like, I don't think they know where I am. And they didn't. He just cleaned it up like it was no tomorrow.
Wimp hardly got powerless out of his mouth before he got killed there. It was like first bullet from Killers into Wimp's skull, or into his circuits, I guess. But then he just pushes. Takes the first fight, ends up winning that. Takes the second one, wins that. He's able to get a flash off, which draws the attention away from Paradox, which allows him to just keep pushing. An immortal performance so far. Paradox now swinging straight into the Cypher. Is he able to catch him off guard? Yes, he is. Suka falls. The change of pace is working now for Revenant. And look at Paradox. He's delving into the depths of spawn for Fancy here. He's going to be spotted out, but he doesn't care. That 1,000-folded steel will find the skull of Vicio now. Paradox continues his attack. There's the null command to at least delay their Blade Storm effectiveness. But hey, he's got a Vandal. He can do better. Yes, I can trade, but with 2 players over to spawn, what good can they do? Yes, I can. On the other side of his wall now. This is where things get interesting. Paradox on for the ace. He will achieve it. Our second ace of the map. It'll bring Revenant their second round.
It's really interesting seeing them do something aggressive, but how well it actually worked out for them. And I think that's the really interesting thing. If you're not an aggressive team and your enemy aren't expecting you to suddenly be aggressive, I think that was absolutely gorgeous from Paradox, just getting stuck in, getting all the way to the spawn. And again, even when they were shut down, even when they had like a little bit of a quiet moment, they were still able to have the gunpowder behind them to land some of these shots. And again, really, really well played there. Second round on the board for Revenant, and again, this could be very much a change of pace, granted that we are edging closer to that side switch, but for now, I think Paradox, they've certainly got a new life in them, and potentially we could see a little bit of a comeback as time goes on, especially when that side switch happens, Graham.
You're absolutely right now. The Paradox in position, ready to at least hold the advance. Fancy looking pretty damn effective. Can they stop this B hit? They did so well last time. Can they do it again? Especially the contact play. Going to spot out the first player. There goes the camera. And Killers gives his position away accidentally. This is where things get interesting. He's good for the first, but with no assistance, there's going to be no suppression, no snake fight to make his life easier. Out comes that Viper's Pit. Only a small amount of HP left on Logi there without shields, but nonetheless, it's a 4-on-3 retake circumstance. Paradox instantly shuts down the run it back, and better still, he avoids the counter operator shot there. High ground's taken momentarily by Nizzy just to avoid the attack. Flash goes out, Paradox backs off. Vicio uses that to shut down Logi, and there goes the Viper's Pit. Missed shot for Paradox now, he's starting to get pushed down. Fully blinded. Yes, I can chimes in. It's all on Bad Love. Good for the first, spots out the second now. Winning this would be crucial. However, he just gets overwhelmed. Fancy United lead 10-2 at the end of the first half on map 2.
What a shame. What a shame. That was really, really solid from Revenant then. Do you know what? I really want to see, statistically, the kind of post-plant win rate on their defenses for Fancy, because the way that they're able to retake sites every single time, it's just nuts. It's something else. It really is something that just makes you kind of shake your head in awe. They're just able to really be patient with it. They don't get flustered. They hold those angles, hold those crossfires. And again, win your ones, I suppose. I believe we are going to see some lovely halftime statistics for you all. Speaking of statistics, yes, I can. Well, certainly he can, Krem.
19-3. His KDA is 6.7. I can hardly count that high grace. And of course, an ACS which starts with 4 is certainly one to be impressed by. This is all on a Phoenix. And bear in mind, we saw very little mileage from Phoenix. pretty much in all regions up until this tournament, where Fancy have used Phoenix almost as a core of their compositions.
Yeah, 100%. And it's really interesting to see as well, because I don't think we're kind of seeing less and less of Phoenix as time goes on, and the fact that they're willing to still bring it. Again, though, how important that ult util has been for them, especially when it is, you've got an aggressive team, you have an ult like that where you can just go stampeding into them, and it doesn't matter if you fall. Nice little head-to-head we're seeing as well, Krem.
I quite like this. Bear in mind, Paradox has been able to strike back a few times, especially in sort of the latter stages of that first half. Paradox has been quite well. So matching up against Nizzy, both using the operator, relatively evenly matched, I would say. It's just Nizzy has had, he's been given a lot more opportunity by his team, and that's allowed him to have a lot more freedom with his aggression. Paradox has sort of had to brute force this, particularly, I think it was round 11, where Paradox just ran out and got an ace.
Yeah, 100%. Again, I think it's interesting to see these two as a head-to-head as well, because I really do think that the two players to certainly watch out for during this series. We've seen them pop off significantly throughout this tournament, and especially, Nizzy, the way that they played on that first map was absolutely disgusting. It was really, really hot stuff, and again, eyes on both of those Jet players, please. But for now, we are going to go into a little bit of a side switch. I'm really curious to see how Fancy are going to play at this attack. Again, they are an aggressive team. They do have that Phoenix in pocket along with the Jet, so a fast and furious approach could certainly benefit them here. But I think Revenant, in theory, should be ready and waiting. Again, these choke points and the util they have to shut down that initial execution should go quite well for them. Paradox getting bolshy with it, getting very up close and personal, waiting for this push to start coming through. And there we go, that lineup would have been called out, but the flash is there, and they managed to get one there. They get two! Whip as well, taking down killers. Physio trying their best to try and trade off, but it's not coming through just yet. But there we go. Suka is able to shut down Paradox before they can go and do any more aggressive shenanigans right now, and that must have put a little bit of a spanner in the works for the side of Fancy, because I don't think they were expecting that aggression for Revenant, Krem.
No, me neither. And for Revenant, this is where things get interesting, because that was a very clean shutdown. Both the Snakebite, the Fragment, every kind of player in position to stop that attack worked beautifully.
Cage triggered.
Suka now. Let's try and work with a bit of space here on the Cypher. Cross out the KO, it's laboured. Wimp will finish the job. A great round from both Paradox and Wimp there. Assisted, aided, you could say, by Logi. Absolutely perfect. And you see the effectiveness that Snakebite had. Finishing off 3 players. And for Revenant, hey, that'll be 3. I'm not going to say this. I'm not going to say the word just yet. But it's only 7 rounds.
I think that was really, I'm really impressed that Revenant were able to just go, and it's kind of like hair of the dog that bit you, isn't it? It's, okay, this is an aggressive team. They're not going to expect us to be aggressive against them. I don't think any of us expected that just now, and it worked so well because of that. Give the old razzle-dazzle, please, Revenant. But here we go. Fancy taking a little bit of a safer approach here. They're cutting off half of that midsection. Beautiful shot there by Nizzy onto Paradox, and no more aggression can be made by that Jet player. The intel coming out from Revenant, though, just to see what's happening in this midsection, and that's going to give Wimp a little bit of information. There we go. Is able to follow up with a beautiful kill there on to Nizzy. Suka ready and waiting to swing out with their teammates. Shut that down. Battle of beautiful pick there on Yes I Can.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Black Hawk with a 2K there. Visio and Suka falling down, and once again a 1 of the X for the side of Fancy that they have to try and deal with. Beautiful shot though. Are they going to allow themselves into these 1 versus 1s? No, they're not. The cross angle was there. Beautiful stuff. Black Hawk having a little bit of a moment there, landing on a 3K. Certainly a second life coming through now from Revenant. I'm not going to jinx it either, Krem. I'm not going to jinx it, but I think we could have a game on our hands here.
We very well could do. And interestingly enough, Revenant have, bear in mind, in the on Ascent, when Revenant won a couple of rounds, they were bleeding quite a lot. They were losing players. They were sort of being picked off by pistols. The fact that they're making these rounds relatively clean gives me a bit of confidence for them. A timeout before the full buy of Fancy makes quite a bit of sense. Let's see if Fancy on their full buy are going to be able to start hammering these nails into the coffin of Revenant, or if Revenant are going to start slowly crafting their way back into this map.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see this get a lot closer. Again, I think Revenant are being really smart here. They're knowing exactly how they want to play, into how the other team plays as well. This is the thing with Revenant. They are such a smart team when it comes to how they're setting up the ways they want to maintain control, the ways that they want to kind of keep these engagements relatively safer. But it does really work for them. And I think, again, by throwing a spanner in the works, by suddenly being aggressive, getting into these ratty angles, it's working really well for them. The crossfires are on point at the moment, and yeah, the fact that they've called the timeout's really interesting. I think it's maybe a little chit-chat to say, okay, guys, more of the same, please.
You're absolutely right. I would like to think that, for Revenant, bear in mind this timeout, the coach is behind them. So he is going to have a great view, sort of encapsulating how this map is going. And so I would like to see sort of what the thought process is behind Revenant's coach. I believe, I could be mistaken here, I believe their coach is Abu. So he may be able to have a few kind of words of wisdom for the members of Revenant here. Bearing in mind that Fancy, on both their Ascent and Breeze now, have been running the same strategies. From the start of the group stage to now, no one's been able to counteract them just yet. On their attack, maybe this is where something new happens.
Potentially. Certainly have the gunpowder in their pockets to deal with anything. Look at this, Paradox really hungry for it, really trying to find these heads of the enemy. Wimp as well, beautiful little duo push coming through from those two. Potentially. Looks like a little bit of the old bait and switch. Not sure. Again, Fancy just trying to keep as much map control as they possibly can at the moment. Spike's kind of in no man's land before they actually commit to any kind of execute. So a very cautious approach they're trying to take. And that certainly shows you how much of a good job that Revenant have been doing in the last few rounds. And they say we certainly have a game on our hands now. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a B execution as the timer is ticking and there's little time to make it work, so Fancy right now, they have to do something bold and brave.
Absolutely right. And now for Bad Love, point blank, flashed off the angle. In fact, actually just gets out of there. I really like that reposition. Nizzy has already been able to go into the back line now. This is where things get interesting. On that back line, Bad Love good for the first. Yes, I can. Falls Tracer. Beautiful, though. However, when it rains, it pours. Neural Theft comes out as well. Wimp's position going to be telegraphed to the rest of Fancy. And with that, Nizzy, despite being on less than half HP, he's going to continue fighting. I really quite like this.
100%. A little bit of an awkward retake to have to do. Do you go for that very awkward choke point together and hope that you can swing two angles at once, or do you go for the save? It looks like Wimp's kind of wandering off into no man's land, so it looks like Wimp's willing to save for now, but Paradox is actually trying to get a few exit frags under their belt. Ooh, there's one, but there we go. Traded out almost instantaneously. Gorgeous positioning there from the side of Fancy, who hightail it away to let that spike do its thing.
At least Wimp's been able to save the Phantom. At least there is still a little bit of firepower behind Revenant here. Yeah. And that was their bonus round. So now the Vandals, now the Phantoms come out, I'm interested to see what mileage they can get from them. For Fancy, it was a really well-recovered round, especially after losing the first player. But once they end up getting on top of Revenant, they seem to really excel at forcing out 1v1s. Yes, I can. 19-6. He's definitely slowed his pace, but he's still having an immortal performance right now.
I think this is a thing. I think Fancy are just really getting to the point where they're landing their shots. Again, the cross angles we've seen. But to be fair, we're seeing that on both sides now, which is, again, why I'm well, very much hoping that this goes very far. I'm hoping the Revenant can get a few more rounds on the board and we get a very spicy game with the potential of overtime in the best of 5 is always a nice one to see, especially with teams of this caliber. But for now, bit of an awkward ring around the rosy. Nizzy sending a few warning shots there towards Blackheart. Are they aware, though, of the fact that Bad Love is the other side? Well, they certainly will now, because Vicio would have pulled that out nice and quickly. But the teleport did come through. The contestation now towards this A side as the rest of Fancy start to make their way to join them. So it could be a full team execute now with only Wimp ready and waiting at the back, but the rotation is coming through. So a little bit of backup needed as here we go. The collapse is coming through. Badlove gets a pick onto Nizzy, but Suka and Killers is able to trade it back. A 3 versus 3 with 40 seconds on the clock. I think it's going to get scrappy very quickly as that plant starts to get down. Paradox desperately trying to find the heads of these players, really trying to make it work. But yes, I can is the one to win out that engagement. And Suka onto Black Hawk as well. Poor Logi, they know exactly where he is right now. So again, the util to come out and try and enable them to cut off some potential lines of sight, but they have no information as to where these players are, and it could get very uncomfortable very quickly. The crossfire, there we go. Killers is able to take them down, and that is match point for them.
That it is. Something to mention as well is it's match point, but you've also ruined the economy of Revenant. Look, you see in the replay here, there is nothing left in the bank. This is now a make or break from what is already 1 foot in the grave from Revenant here. Now remember, it's a best of 5. We have another round. We have another map after this, even if Fancy win. And Haven is a map that Revenant have played relatively well. But Fancy, right now, if they win this round, Revenant have got 7 rounds in 2 maps. That's insane.
Yeah. And rightly so, Fancy is going to make Fast and Furious and Punchy right now, but Wimp ready and waiting is going to shut down that ultimate now. Beautiful shot there by Paradox as well. Someone needs to try and get them up. Oh my goodness me. It's like a disco light. Green and red all across the board. A 2 versus 2. That was very, very scrappy, Krem, on both sides. Can Fancy sneak their way into sight and try and stick this execute? Looks like Snooker. There we go. Logi is actually able to shut them down, and Nizzy's in a very uncomfortable position right now. They are able to get the ulti pick there onto Paradox, and they know they're in a 1 versus 1. They can bait this into a 1v1 post plant. There we go. A beautiful clutch there by Nizzy, and goodness gracious me, what a game that was. And this was just, it was scrappy. It was scrappy. It was always going to be scrappy from the get-go. What I liked that Revenant did is that they really fed into the energy that Fancy tend to bring. They brought that scrappiness of their own, but at that point, it was too much too late. Unfortunately, there can only be one winner. Fancy currently being 2-0 up. And Krem, this is my concern here, my massive concern is we're about to go to Haven. And I've kind of trolled myself here because I didn't quite notice that Fancy was starting on the attack on Haven.
Yeah.
That's going to be uncomfortable.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good for Revenant. I also want to mention as well, in that final execution, the push we had from Fancy had both the Phoenix and the Null Commander KO go first. The run it back from the Phoenix gets shut down, so it doesn't matter. You just come back from his ult. The KO goes down, doesn't matter. He'll just get stabilized. It was 2 picks that Revenant got there. Neither mattered. We'll have to see what our analysts think of it, though. We're going to hand it back to our amazing analysts. We'll be back in just a moment.
Well, whatever I wrote in this card doesn't matter anymore. I might as well just throw it because everything that I thought was going to happen on Breeze, well, it kind of did happen. You know, I knew that Fancy were going to take this, but I really expected that Revenant were going to throw in a little bit more fight. Another scoreline that is just disappointing, actually, because after the first time they beat Fancy, I thought Revenant actually knew how to face this team, but clearly that Phoenix is too much for them.
No, today it's everyone in the side of Fancy United who are just overpowering Revenant with whatever they're doing. When it comes to map control, Fancy United take what they want. It's not even take what they can. It's take what they want. And then Revenant are like, we'll try to contest this. We'll have a bit of retaliation. Oh, but they get shut down towards the end. We saw that during the defense of, Revenant as well. We saw that back and forth. Is that Fancy, wherever they set their eyes on, kind of like what we discussed. You know, this is the same playstyle we saw from Fancy United up against Bleed and to a certain extent even against Velocity. Fancy just do really what they want. I feel like I've said this statement in of itself like 5 to 7 times, but it's very true. And it is very adamant why they're constantly going for it, just because of the sheer confidence they have in their gunfights.
Yeah, you know, Fancy have this really strong mentality, clearly. That's allowing them to dominate these games. They don't care if there is a single person coming in through that B main, or there's 5 people coming into that B main.
Right.
We saw their defense, how impeccably strong it was. We saw their attack, how amazing it was. Both the sides, it didn't even seem like there was much of a difference. The amount of times they took mid, the amount of times they shut down that A main side when, Revenant were trying to attack. The one and only good thing that actually did happen for Revenant was that pistol run. Again, it's something about that second half pistol that Revenant somehow seemed to be, taking in their zone. But after that and before that, there's almost non-existence of any sort of strategy that's going into their play, especially on their attack, because they're just struggling with how they want to approach this team because of how forceful Fancy themselves are.
Exactly. Fancy United hold this high line of defense, and yet again we see, yes I can absolutely dominate to a certain point. What was the exact score? As both of us were watching the match, we discussed, I think he had 14 kills and 1 death, and after that he died. 14 kills and 1 death. I'm just going to let that sink in for the next couple of seconds. In the semi-finals of an international event, of an international off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour, you have Yes I Can from Vietnam with 14 kills as a Phoenix who has only died once.
On Breeze.
On Breeze.
Yeah, this guy clearly knows what and how and every single technique to use that Phoenix. He doesn't have 1 first blood across the entire game. Still, this guy's the MVP. Makes no sense. It just goes around to the fact that this man is the secondary duelist, but it didn't even seem like it did it, because every time he was pushing with a flash towards A main when there was when they were on defense, he was pushing in towards B main. He was taking mid with his teammates on the retake scenario. On the defense, they were coming in every time. This guy's flashes, I don't know how many of his flashes connected, but every time I saw that curveball going towards the right or left, there was somebody's eyes completely burnt out. Always. Revenant never saw this guy's flashes, and those flashes were really important because every time these flashes came through from him, he used to save them for the retakes. He never actually used them. He used 1 flash maybe, but he never really used both of them. And that retake potential, because the Revenant players were playing on post-plant situations where they're holding angles and sitting. And there's nobody on their side who actually had that much of an impact in terms of pushing people off their angles. So when this guy comes in with a flash, throws it in, that time the people who are holding the angles push right back, and the side of Fancy instantly get the front foot because they're like, okay guys, now I've got the angle, I'm gonna hold this.
Absolutely, it's the same thing as when you're attacking, you're executing, kind of like that, but the sides have been reversed, and this is the smartness from the side of Fancy United that allowed them for so many of their retakes to be successful in so many of those instances where this kind of strategy worked brilliantly. We saw this exact same thing from Fancy United in their first game up against Revenant Esports as well. I'm not talking about the semi-finals, I'm talking about group stage round robin ascent, where yes, Revenant did win in overtime. However, Fancy United once more with this double duelist, they let Revenant take the bomb side, let them plant the spike, go for whatever kind of post plant you want. We will start attacking again because we've got the double duelist, we've got the tempo, and we've got the breakneck pace. And that's exactly what happened. Yes, I Can went for the flashes, his team followed through, and everyone ended up getting kills. 20 for him, 19 for killers. Yet again, another person who knows how to play that duelist. Now that the next map is Haven, we have seen Fancy United give that raise to the side or to killers. He has played raise against Alter Ego. We may see him on the duelist as well now. Nizzy with 17 kills and 8 deaths. Everyone is pitching in. It's the exact same story as Ascent, and to a certain extent, it's the exact same score as well.
Yeah, well, it's it's really heartbreaking given that Fancy United, honestly, 1 game is all it took for them. This was the first ever time they faced Revenant back in when the group stages were going on. What exactly they learned from that clearly showcases in this game. 1 game, that's it. Just 1 game completely threw it off. And even though Revenant had more first kills than Fancy, like I said, this is exactly what I mentioned in the pregame, right? They will attack. They will go for it. They don't care even if one of their player dies on the attack when they're on defense. They will go for that trade. And they make sure that it's 4-4 even if they go in for that attack, right? Because that's how they function. They don't care about the first kills. They care about the last kill. you saw every single time, even if Paradox was able to find that first kill as a Jet, and he got through to the opponent's, vulnerable spots, the problem was every time he got there, one of his other teammates used to fall because of the trading potential that these guys have with the crossfires that they set up. Paradox gets through. Why? Because he's got that dash to run past a couple of players. He's got a smoke to protect himself for a couple of seconds. But these guys, Fancy, they wait for the other people to come through who are not as fast as Paradox and will fall into the crosshairs of their operators, of their vandals, and of course their aim was crispy enough to keep them all under the guard. So this kind of, that first kill, differential for Fancy especially is a team which it doesn't even matter because they always trade back.
That's the thing for Fancy United. They know, even if they're being extremely risky, what they're giving away or what potentially can be given away to their opposition, and they have the composition in order. The only time we saw mistakes from Fancy, I think a couple of rounds here, and of course on Ascent as well, where for 1 or 2 rounds Fancy United were just way too aggressive and they just lost sight of what they wanted to achieve, which was, yes, relentless aggression, but they went overboard with that, and to an extent they got punished for it, which was nice. But we need to see more of this punishment from Revenant, more of this counter retaliation. Yet again, having a look at the economy graph, same thing for Fancy United. Every single time
from last time,
they're maintaining, around 25,000 credits per team per round, which again divides itself to 5,000 credits spent per player, 5,000 of a loadout per player, which again I'm sure all of you can calculate is plenty to get a Vandal or a Phantom, full armor, utility, even a sidearm if you want, and in certain cases an operator can be switched here and there. But point being, they are very consistent with their money. Thanks to, again, just the amount of rounds they're winning, the amount of kills they're getting, they get ultimates faster, the harvesting takes place, and we saw those ultimates in use as well. The Viper's Speed, you want to talk about the Jet Blade Storm as well, everything just kept on going.
Yeah, most certainly. And, overall, I think that this team of Fancy United are absolutely in total control of what's happening right now. From the get-go of Ascent, which I really thought should have been a lot more competitive, it's just now it seems like it cannot go any other way apart from a 3-0. If at the best case scenario, Haven can go to a little bit of a different route, which I believe is maybe more structural, because Haven is a map where attack does work. If you have a double duelist, of course it can work, because Fancy will probably think about going for it because they have so much success. But Haven is a map, like you said, Killers is handed the Raze, and if Nizzy wants to pick up the Jet, or if Yes I Can wants to go for a Phoenix again, it could be, but at this point they're way too comfortable to do whatever they want.
Yeah, see, that's the problem right there. You kind of almost stole the words out of my mouth. Is that Fancy United, once more, they don't care. They can do whatever. I'm sorry, I've said this 10 times. There are definitely people who are getting annoyed by why I'm saying this so many times. But they can put Nizzy on the Jet. They can have a Jet in Phoenix. They can have a Raze in Phoenix. They can even put Nizzy on the Chamber yet again, because we know the prevalence Chamber can have on Haven. Killjoy can be brought out. Unlikely Killjoy will be there, but
I mean,
can is the biggest thing.
If Suka wants to go for that Cypher again, I wouldn't mind it, because Cypher again is
at this point
pick on Haven, which has been played multiple times.
At this point I think there's only one thing. We'll load into the map of Haven, we'll see what happens.
We'll find out.
But before that, we'll be going to the break as well. The players definitely need a break for both of the teams. I'm sure you, the viewers, as well. However, in the meanwhile, while you're checking out the break, you can check out the ads from our sponsors as well, or you can go down in the description, check out the Amazon Great Indian Festival sale, where you will get massive discounts and massive saves on all your favorite gaming equipment. Mice, keyboard, headsets, RAM, processors, everything will be there. And also you can use the code Amazon Gaming for an additional 5% off. As for entertainment, the Esports Club will be right back.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LG Ultragear presents the TEC Challenger Series VCT off-season powered by Amazon.in. Our gaming partner is Intel. Xerxia is our GPU partner. We've got our laptop partner as Asus and our memory and storage partner as Crucial. Last but not least, our broadcast partner Loco. And right now we are heading to the third map in the semi-finale between Fancy United versus Revenant. And any thoughts about the last game in Breeze?
It's I gotta say right now, I know Crema and Grace, they have titled this entire matchup as a barn burner, but right now the only thing I see burning are Revenant's chances slowly but surely of taking this semi-finals with their name on it. So keeping that in mind, their backs are against the wall.
Yes.
Haven can be the straw that will break the camel's back, right? Revenant are hanging by a just thread right now, and at any time once more Nizzy will come in, throw a blade and snap that thread off, thus pushing Revenant out of the entire Challenger series, putting them in 3rd and 4th place. Haven, they've got to act. I mean, now we are just stating the obvious by saying it's do or die for Revenant. To a certain extent, it already was on that previous map of Breeze, but now it's amplified even further given the circumstances they find themselves in.
I mean, if you ask me, Haven is definitely an R&D pick coming in through where they'll be pretty much starting off on the defense side, where we have Fancy United on the attacking. But there's, one twist in the entire series that I should say. If R&T doesn't pull themselves together in this match, it is going to be very difficult for them to qualify to the grand finale. Yeah. Now, this map has a lot of things that we have to hold on for, because Fancy United already has 2-map lead in the hands, and Breeze was definitely an unexpected game, but Fancy United already had an upper hand because it was their pick, and on top of that, they had a 100% win rate in the map of Breeze.
They still have it now.
Yep, and moving forward, I believe that, R&T, they have to be really careful. They have to hang in there. They should give a really tough fight in the map of Haven. Now, Haven is a map 3-sided, definitely, of course, but it requires a lot of coordination and a lot of communication. Everything has to fall in place. And of course, so far, aim hasn't been the best aspect for Revenant Esports.
Yeah.
But I think with this little break coming in through, like a 5 to 10 minute break between the second map and third map, I hope they really sit down and discuss.
Even I hope that, but the problem is, Elika, we saw yesterday, the side of Revenant Esports against Velocity. 2 teams who have fought off against each other multiple times. I mean, Revenant and Velocity have faced off against each other on LAN, in the arena that we had a couple of months ago. So it's not like they aren't used to each other. They absolutely are very experienced, encountering that play style, playing against one another and having that firefight, having that kind of match. But yesterday, Revenant, I don't know, they were just lacking something. Yep. To me, it felt like coordination was one of the more imminent factors that wasn't present, which ultimately led to Revenant just being shaky and, what adjective can I say, confused, I guess, on that map. Since they wanted to do something, but they weren't really sure if it's going to work out, they still were like, screw it, what, we're going to go for it anyways. And then they still unfortunately died at the hands of Velocity Gaming. So keeping that in mind, knowing that yesterday Revenant didn't have the best of performances, and today as well they aren't doing the best, they really got to step up.
I'm really surprised why Revenant has taken Haven to be their second pick, because Bind and Fracture are eventually better in their favor compared to Haven so far. I mean, their win rate in Bind and Fracture has a better ratio compared to them in having in Haven. But again, Revenant Esports might be confident, they might have different strategies. Maybe they built up something only for this semi-finale. That's the reason they choose Haven. But let me tell you, it's a very risky pick coming in from Revenant Esports, going ahead in Haven. And they'll be starting off on the defense side. And of course, they haven't had a really good start in the attack side anyway in Ascent. But they had 2 attacking start matches, that is Ascent and Breeze, and now they finally get to start off with the defense. But let me tell you, Haven is an attacking side map, and a lot of different strategies have to be put down by Revenant to at least hold 5 rounds in the first half. If they fail to achieve the pistol round or maybe 5 rounds in the first place, it's going to be really tough, because Fancy United is known for their duelist plays and R&T is known for their non-duelist plays. And we've seen Para play Jet in the last map, and I don't think it has given huge coordination for the team. Yes, we've got few frags coming in from Para, Wimp and Badlove individually, and it was also the first time we saw Badlove going in for a chamber. And of course, R&T first time playing Breeze.
Yeah, Revenant, Breeze wasn't the best, and I think the reason Revenant chose this map of Haven as their second pick was probably because it's a vanilla map as well, kind of like Ascent. By vanilla, I mean it's one of those most played maps, and I'll use this analogy later, but Haven and Ascent are the two eldest siblings of this entire map pool family. I said this before, I'll explain it even further. Right now, however, we can see Fancy United and their performance, their heat map on the map of Haven. We haven't seen a whole lot of Haven from their side, but the times where it has happened, Fancy United definitely to a certain extent looks strong. However, things can be improved. Now, as a team, it's all general what they're looking for. They want that mid presence yet again. Unlike some other rosters, we can see a huge chunk of kills take place right there on B entrance, even towards C link on that B bomb side, which goes to show Fancy United are ready to attack you on all fronts. They don't necessarily have a preference because they know it all comes down to the gunfights. You can take a gunfight in C long, you can take a gunfight in A heaven as well. For all it matters, it's still one player with a gun, another player with a gun, and that's what Fancy want to boil it down to. They want to eliminate all these other factors of utility, of time, of map awareness or anything like that. If given, Fancy United just want to play a 1 versus 1 server.
Yes, and one of the interesting facts is that Fancy United already has ample amount of experience in the Heaven map throughout the group stages in VCT off-season. Now, it's Revenant who we have to be tensed about, but Revenant has always surprised us with their playstyle, has always surprised with their new upcoming strategies and different set of agent composition that they bring into the play. But I don't know what Revenant's picks are going to be, but I can definitely say that if there is a duelist pick, that is most probably going into the hands of Paradox. And I definitely would love to watch Padla on Chamber in this map. Now, Sentinel is a huge role. Maybe there can be a double Sentinel setup coming in through. Of course, we can't have a double controller in a map like Haven, which R&D usually prefers in a map like Bind and other maps. But if you ask me, if Bad Luck goes on Chamber, then I want Wimp to pick up a really comfortable and balanced role. We've seen Blackhawk play Sova in the last map, and I believe that we need an initiator that is maybe deduction of Sova, maybe bring up Fade or KO. That in that way, the agent composition and the roles that R&D already plays can get balanced. And from Fancy United's point of view, I feel like they're really versatile and comfortable with whatever agent you give them. You have Nizzy in your hand, you have Fishio, you have Killeris, and three of them are really good with their fragging potential. And of course, yes, I can, being the major duelist over here, he can play Phoenix, he can play Jet, the multiple roles that he can take up to. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead with the agent select, and we've got Suka. I wouldn't be surprised if Suka goes on Initiator Fade, because we've seen him do that even in the map of Ascent, and he was really good at it. Fisher going in for Roman, a really good pick for Haven. We've got Yesaiken on Breach. Okay, this is something different. Killeris on Raze and Nizzy on Chamber. Okay, Killeris, it's the second time that he's picking up a duelist in VCT off-season. And over to the hands of Revenant Esports, we've got Loki on Fade. That means there is no controller coming in from Loki, no Astra, but instead Blackhawk will be picking up that controller.
So yeah, definitely, we are seeing a whole lot of similarity. It's going to be a mirror comp as well. Keeping that in mind, it obviously is going to lead to multiple instances of similar utility usage and similar theory usage as well. But now, to dissect it even further, and of course to provide entertainment as always, let's head on over to our casters and let's see what they've got to say as well about the composition and about this matchup going to map 3 with a 2-0 lead.
Well, we certainly have a lot to talk about. However, it may be all there is left to say when it comes to Fancy United, who may potentially take this series 3-0. That being said, they go on to Haven with a very unique composition, which I can't wait to talk about. Of course, I'm Mikasa Crabber 3. I'm joined by the amazing Grace. We've just seen that composition, Grace. I actually like how Killers is like the KO player. When not the KO player, he's the duelist player. And it adds a lot more versatility to Fancy, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, my main concern is in terms of how they're going to hold on to these larger areas. Again, this is one of the biggest maps in the map pool. It's incredibly difficult to defend because of that. You've got 3 sites that you have to spread yourselves out on. And again, looking at these compositions, it kind of indicates more of an idea of, stop those initial delays. I think That's where a majority of the presence needs to be if you're taking these kind of compositions, because there's nothing to really play the wider areas, in my opinion, too much. Again, expecting a lot of aggression on both sides. I think Revenant were doing that really well to maintain themselves to that pace that Fancy were setting, but I mean, already from the get-go, look at this. Bad Love getting up close and personal, ready and waiting to see if anyone does try and push A along, but it looks like they, again, want to keep some of this mid-pressure. No overextension from the defense just yet, so that's left me scratching my head slightly. Again, all this util can really be used for these tighter corners and these close quarters engagements. But for now, it's a quiet before the storm, Krem.
I really, really like how Fancy have just changed their pace. They've gone from this fast, aggressive, unrelenting force, now just silence. Minute left on the clock, and now Revenant start aggressing. I mean, taking control of C main now. Fancy, they're sort of shoehorned into this A hit, but look at the rotation from the Fade and the Breach. They already know where they need to attack from. The Haunt won't hit Bad Love, however, you know what will hit him? That may be the bullets he's about to fire. Shots. A few off. It's labored. Yes, I can will eventually fall. Switches to the classic, and more importantly, doesn't leave. You know, Suka's do the swing. Eventually, he's caught out, but Logi already backside, readily available. Good for the trade now. Fade on fade action is going to leave the rotation.
30 seconds left.
Desired. With the flank coming, it will be able to smoke the trademark, and with that, Paradox now slowly start his rotation. There is a flank from the chamber in mid, but he too has been spotted out right now. Flanks on, flanks on, flanks. The boom bot is going to prevent the plants, and that is going to allow the follow-up swing from Badhawk, who's good for the first. With that, continues this rampage. Nizzy left alone in a 1 versus 3. Low HP, finished off by Logi. Fancy just too slow as Revenant end up catching them off guard.
Certainly so. Again, loads of patience actually from both of those sides there. Neither team wanting to really take these initial pushes towards each other for a very, very long time, Krem. And that certainly sets the pace on both sides as to how things are potentially going to go here. Again, cautiousness on both sides is quite interesting. Again, realistically, the pressure is certainly on Revenant right now because they desperately need to get this map under their belt or they are going home. And certainly starting with that first round win under their pocket, that's going to go a lot better for them. But, you know, I spoke about initial engagements and forcing that one in your favor. There we go. Nizzy getting that pick onto Bad Love as Killers is also making their way aggressively here into this B site, but they're shut down actually by Blackcourt. The second one fell to Visio, another one by Wimp, and there we go. A 3K for the round by Blackhawk, and that was a very swift clean up again because they're willing to hold these tighter angles instead of the more open ones. This is going to be interesting, Krem.
Really, really good so far. I like how Revenant have sort of found their footing. But now, what do Revenant, well, what do Fancy do? Remember, they have the higher win rate on this map. But how do you beat Blackhawk, who has now really shown up? And I think that for at least for Fancy, they need some aggression. They need some confidence behind them. Yes, I can sort of provided that on the Phoenix, where he was very comfortable to just run it down a lot of positions. But it just seems sort of util combos coming out from Revenant. This is the aggression of Revenant we were expecting. A 3-player commitment to try and take a main here. Visio hiding in the Omen smoke might be able to be a little bit closer than expected, but I don't know about that.
This is it. Fancy aren't going to expect that so many of them are stacked up there, just ready and waiting. And Fisio's in a really awkward position because that's 3 potential angles that can be used against him right now. So he can't really move. Someone has to enable this gunfight to happen now because these players need to start dropping. I mean, that's certainly going to help a little bit. The smoke going out can kind of benefit both sides here as they can reposition themselves. And again, Fisio just waiting, holding that angle, making sure that push can't come. And it's getting into a little bit of a standoff here. Bad Love holding this really tight angle here, waiting for that push to start to come towards C. And there we go. Beautiful shot there. Yes, I can falling down. And already the pressure certainly is starting to be applied. And it's really good stuff from Revenant. Nizzy though with the trade on the Paradox. Blackhawk falls too, but Wimp ready and waiting. Shuts down Nizzy before they can cause any more kerfuffle.
Down to the 3 versus 3. Bad Love going to look to level the playing field before Fisio chimes back in, leveling it back to a 2 versus 2. Having spotted out both players in Garage as well, this is going to embolden Fisio to push all the way around to Garage. The Prowler knows that these players are trying to push with the swing. Suka, the free fire hits him down very low. Vicio's timing is everything here. He spots out the breach, out goes Wimp, and now for Logi, he has to dance around this site. Still unable to find anyone playing for timing. Here's the shots, but it's all delay strat tactics right now. Logi hoping someone will dare peek him, anyone will dare peek him, but Vicio is laying in wait. Great round from Suka there as well. You just dance around the site and buy some time, but you can't take away from this nasty shot from Battler.
Nasty is a really good way to put it because it was a nasty. Then Nizzy had a little bit of a fight back of their own in that round as well. Again, I really think this is going to be even scrappier than what we've seen so far, and they've got such a large playing field to do it in. I love the fact that we saw this trio overextension from A as well. I think that's really spicy because I've really started off by the pressure and burn out that timer, as both sides were kind of forced into a little bit of a standoff. But again, as I often say, time is the sixth defender. If you are attacking, you need to be mindful of how much time you're wasting and what control you actually have under your belt, because she can be a cruel mistress. For now, though, the aggression's kind of stopped a little bit. We do see Paradox and Logi looking to kind of have a second shenanigan of the same, but it does seem like Paradox is retreating back, as potentially they think that push may come from elsewhere. But look at how safe and cautious Revenant are playing it, Krem.
I like how they've suddenly backed off, realizing that there's going to be a very, very big push coming from Fancy here. Logi going to be deploying that Horn early on. He's going to get a lot of information, especially when he hears 2 or 3 players end up trying to destroy it. Fancy changed the pace now. 45 seconds left. Idiot ready to assault the safe site with no control elsewhere on the map. It's got to be a hit away now. But he blinded everyone back soft. The flashes are perfect from the breach, but the delay is there. Nizzy can't push because of the C's. Logi now going to try and capitalize on it, accompanied by Wimp. It's a to and fro that eventually goes in favor of Fancy. 3 versus 2. Bad luck. Just able to avoid the aftershocks, but can't push past that. Paranoia's going to buy a bit of space here, but unable to find where the crossfires are. Vicio just plucked them both out of the map. Fancy they equalize it too, slapping back on Revenant. But one thing we can take solace in, Grace, is that this is turning into a much, much closer map.
Certainly is. And again, that really benefits Revenant. As we said before, it's currently 2-0 to Fancy. So Revenant really need to get this map under their pocket, or it's time for them to go home. So I love the fact that, you know, it is interesting seeing such an even composition here, especially when we consider how different these teams are in terms of playstyle. Got a very utility-heavy team versus a kind of more of an aggressive, mechanically based game from Fancy. And this could be quite spicy indeed. Bad Love waiting to get up close and personal, but Yes I Can is actually going to shut that down. So that's the opening engagement. Once again, a second one there. Very much going in the favor of Fancy right now, and 3 players of Revenant remaining across 3 sites. Make that 2. Uncomfortable times ahead, especially now Blackhawk has to somehow defend 3 sites by himself. It's not going to happen. There we go. Suka able to find that shot and shut it down.
Really, really solid round from Fancy there. And I think they sort of realized that with the bad buy, Revenant are going to try and hunt for these picks. You see how they hardly left their sort of back line there, and instead just focused on where the push would be coming from, fighting each 1v1 as it presented itself. Fancy taking the lead now with 2-3. Keep an eye on how the Razors are doing. Really slow start from both of them, and I think it's purely because we've seen such effective executions come from both the Breaches and the Omens. It's the Omens that are now packing the punch. I mean, you see that from Vicio and Blackhawk, both currently the top fraggers for their team.
Absolutely. Again, we're already getting a little bit scrappy around this util. It's something we're seeing every round again, is just this immediate congestion from both sides and how up close and personal, but the cover's just stopping these gunfights from happening. And I mean, speaking of gunfights, here we go, the spray and pray to try and get some damage onto Nizzy, and that is Nizzy actually being tagged up severely there.
That is going to hurt, that's for sure. For now, Nizzy, though, despite his low HP, he is going to try and make his way back onto this site. He's struggling for the time being. Logi looking to deliver that killing blow. The rest of Fancy will prepare this hit over to A. God, Nizzy's so brave to keep fighting like this. He may be wounded, but heaven can wait. We've got a round to win. Black Hawk hit by the Prowler. He's going to try and get away here. Eventually his teleport will land, but he's teleporting straight into the Rolling Thunder, lasting him to the back of that site. Counter Rolling Thunder's going to buy a bit of space, though. Alongside the Horn, Paradox is just going to swing off the back of this. Swings out for the first, gets 2, gets 3 with the assistance of Logi. And with that, Fancy are just halted in their tracks now. 20 seconds left, and there's no way for them to get elsewhere. There is a From the Shadows to retrieve the spikes. They're going to try and gun it to this C site. But Bad Love now in mid. Is he spotted out? Yes, he is. This is the damage for Fancy trying to start stacking up now. Retrieving the spikes suddenly makes it become very, very interesting for Fancy. Especially as they thrust us into an afterplant. Black Hawk. I love the counter use of that From the Shadows to get into C long. But this is heard by Fisio now. Killers over towards mid. Has to get so much mileage here.
Paradox being a big down for Fisio. Killers finishing off Logi, but there we go. Wimp is able to get that final kill, and that defuse can go down. But I mean, goodness me, it's getting a little bit confusing, I think, on the side of Fancy right now, because again, in theory, looking on paper, the way that this team plays and the fact that they have this free site split going on for them, especially on that attack, this should really be favoring them. The Revenant are really battering down the hatches right now. They're not letting them get the breathing space that they want. They're not letting them get the control that they want. And that's working so well. Again, admittedly, I was concerned how these agents were going to be utilized in order to maintain that map control on such a large map. The Revenant are doing a really, really good job of it.
They really are, actually. And for Fancy, it feels like they may have to up their game a little bit on Haven, because Revenant have found their footing. Sense stumbling, but something to mention is that even though they won that round, they committed a lot. The From the Shadows, the Tour de Force, the Nightfall, and the Rolling Thunder. Over on Fancy, it was only 3 ults. They do go to this with a bit of an advantage, but that showstopper on Paradox may be that big difference maker. Fisio, close to his smoke, knows that there could be a push from Revenant, as they have shown that they are quite keen on taking map control in their sort of defensive default.
100%. A little bit of pressure being applied to mid. I think that's really where they're expecting this push to come from. It looks like the rotation to C is going to come through. But Bad Love, once again, ready and waiting. No nasty shot this time, but they are aware and they will be calling out that that full team collapse is coming. So even though they've died, that all-important intel is there for the side of Revenant right now. And here we go. It's going to get scrappy. There we go. One pick for Black Hawk, taking down to the rest. And a ton of util being dumped on both sides to try and maintain this site control as best as they can. A 2 versus 3. Beautiful shot there by Yes I Can. Can they get a second now? Yes, they can. Dizzy as well, taking on Mochi. And well, there we are. A very, very close one, though. And again, Prem, I can't exaggerate enough. This is getting so scrappy.
Yeah, how was Blackhawk allowed to survive for as long as he did? He was able to kill Fisio because of it, and that sort of made it close. Apart from Nizzy, he was able to pop off and sort of save Fancy there. But they shouldn't need a savior. They shouldn't, live on a prayer. They need that extra. They need that extra player. And for Blackhawk, it was a great teleport. Bear in mind, he's fully blinded when it happens. Works out beautifully. 4-3 the scoreline now, and Revenant down to a fairly weak buy here. Due to that, some aggression comes out.
Absolutely, but ready and waiting for them is Killers. There we go. Ooh. Beautiful shot there by Bad Love, actually shutting down that hold. But again, the information is going to come through, so we're going to see Yes I Can trying to maintain a little bit of composure, trying to hold on to prevent any flankaroonie from coming through, any aggressive push from that seaside. Now as well, it looks like Logi is trying to contest this A long, but from a more passive distance. So that could be something for Fancy to try and do. But again, the crossfires that can be held right now by Revenant, they're really able to land their shots now and work that duo play to their advantage. So it's going to be a little bit spicy really for Fancy to have to contest it. That looks like what they're going to try and do. It literally looks like they're going for it, Krem. So here we go. The util going out just to make sure that no one is hiding in these ratty spots. And here we go. That's certainly going to alert them that Paradox is waiting around this corner like a ghost in the night. And Rolling Thunder going out, and does it concuss anyone? I'm not entirely sure, but Nizzy is going to get a beautiful shot there onto Logi. Paradox gets the trade-off pretty quickly. So already, again, it's becoming very scrappy. 20 seconds or so on the clock, and they need to make this work. Yes, I can. Beautiful pick down to Wimp. Paradox onto Suko. Fisio getting that pick onto Paradox as well, and it's a 2 versus 2. Potential post ban. Yes, indeed it is. And I mean, this has just been glorious so far to actually witness. Again, I love the scrappiness. I really love to see it, but the post plant is an all-important time where it matters. And yes, I can gain that pick onto Blackhawk. I don't know if Bad Love is aware. Yes, they are. That trade coming through, but a scrappy 1 versus 1 is about to happen. And there we go. Fisio, by the skin of his teeth, is able to shut down Bad Love, and it's getting close every single time. Again, yes, they're 2 rounds ahead now, but this is literally by the skin of their teeth. It's getting so scrappy, so chaotic almost when it comes to these executes. Admittedly, I wasn't expecting this from Fancy. I thought they'd go in really fast and furious. The delays at the start of the round has kind of been throwing me a little bit. I think it's a good idea. They want to be safe with it, but it's very unlike them, I'll say.
What I love is we saw the use of that seize. This is in a company with the aftershocks and the paint shells. It just instantly catches out some of these players. Nizzy has to back off from the haunts. However, that has allowed Paradox to get forwarded angle. Spotted out by Fisio is going to deter Paradox from doing anything too wild just yet. The operator in mid now, Bad Love. He just needs even a shoulder, an elbow to peek out. Maybe using a kneecap. And that could be the opening Revenant are looking for here. Duel between Bad Love and Nizzy. We haven't seen the operators clash just yet, but the second we do see that duel of fates, I think that may be indicative as to who may be able to take this map. As Fancy slowly but methodically set their gaze towards mid and list slightly over towards this B site.
You're certainly going to delay that collapse a bit, but Killer S with that beautiful pick there is going to enable it a little bit more for his teammates. No immediate trade for the side of Revenant due to all that lines of sight being shut off. The overextension here just to make sure those rotations can't come through. Killer S very hungry for it. Nizzy, beautiful pick there onto Paradox as well. They're aware that Logi is around this corner. Yes, they are. Suga's going to get that beautiful pick there, and poor Blackhawk and Bad Love have to try and go for this retake. Are they aware of Nizzy? I think they might be, to be honest. Again, not really wanting to immediately contest this angle. This could get nasty very quickly if Nizzy times this right. That is a head dropping down. Blackhawk, beautiful pick, but are they aware that Nizzy is waiting like a snake in the grass, ready to go for the strike? Ladies and gentlemen, this could be nasty. You have to try and get into sight. There we go. Blackhawk falls down, and poor Bad Love left in a 1 versus 4 post plant. They just have to save.
Bad Love, 1 versus 4. What can he hope to do here? Just a chance to hold on to the weapon. Latibulates in the corner of C site. And hope that the Wolves of Fancy don't track and hunt him down. For Revenant, what was a great opportunity to sort of go blow for Fancy here, unfortunately is starting to slip away from them. 6-3 in favor of Fancy. And as they start to try and extend their lead further, Revenant, their money, it's not looking good.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get a little bit shaky for them. I mean, again, potentially because already they're using so much utility to really delay and burn out that time. They're doing a really good job of it. So maybe having Bad Love here holding this along line of sight may help. It's at least something. It's at least a little bit of gumption to the punch that they want to try and do. Albeit a pretty weak one. Again, the guns that they have in pocket not being ideal. A few pre-fires here and there, but as for now, once again, the quiet before the storm, and these ships are going to try and sail towards Killer S right now. There we go. Beautiful pick there onto Blackhawks, but Paradox shuts it down. The importance of those duo swings, ladies and gentlemen. No immediate clapback just yet. These tight angles, Krem. I mean, how do you like those apples? There we go. Suga, beautiful pick there onto Logi. Already whittling down the defense. Again, Paradox on the tiniest bit of health at the moment, so ideally maybe a bait and switch at the end, or really relying on that util use. Nizzy, beautiful shot down to Wimp as well, so it gets even worse right now for the side of Revenant. No sight control being maintained just yet, though, and again, the timer is ticking. They have to commit to an execute, because while you may have those kills in your favor, you still need to get that spike down, and Bad Love's going to be calling that out. They know that they have to start rotating, so what do you do?
Spike dropped.
Well, for Bad Love, it's just a chance to save again. There's no other choice here. I like how they're sort of bouncing around who plants. Surprisingly, it's Yes I Can, who already has his ultimate available. But for Paradox, 5 HP, saving a weapon here would be nice, but it looks like Fancy are all in positions that can be traded, or even if they die, that Vandal won't be able to be retrieved here. Paradox hoping for timing. Paint Shells are going to buy a bit of space. Fortunately, it's only space for his death. And now for Fancy. Oh, the pack's out. They're on a hunt and they're hungry for Operator. For Bad Love. In a bit of an unorthodox position, so that might buy him a bit of space, but these fault lines might have to send shivers down the spine of Bad Love. Suka continues his hunt, just avoiding Bad Love. He may have outmaneuvered his adversaries for the time being. Fancy, they'll lead at 7-3 off the back of once again, a very swift shutdown of Revenant.
I love the fact that they still went to try and find Bad Love, but he was still able to hide from them. That's got to be a little bit of one of those kind of horror movie moments where you're hiding in the house from the killer and they're looking around trying to find you, opening all the wardrobes. But yeah, at least they were able to maintain that weaponry, and that's certainly going to help them. Now they can do a little bit of a tastier buy here. And that op-in pocket's certainly going to help, especially when you are going to contest against players like Nizzy who have an op of their own. Again, early round aggression when it comes to this util, just to really hold back these pushes for as long as possible.
Now, Fancy taking a slow but steady approach. Once again, they really have just changed their pace when they move on to this next map. And having seen Breeze, having seen Ascent, you'd expect Fancy to be up in the face of Revenant. They've completely U-turned. And right now, Revenant don't seem to have a way to solve this enigma as Fancy just probe about. I think they're trying to identify where this Operator is on Bad Love, and they're either going to just focus it or they're going to avoid it completely with very little in between. Looks like the call's been made. The rotation comes to A. The ping's on long and it's going to be accompanied by a haunt, which Logi will initially destroy, but Logi may have to fall back if he's not careful here. That Rolling Thunder's going to be crucial as to delay tactics for the time being. Paradox, near-sighted, not concussed, but has to be forced away off the back of that aftershock. As Rolling Thunder comes out, Nightfall accompanies it. Paradox tries to avoid everything for the time being, but there's the Showstopper, going for the first win, but Logi shine back in. Yes, I can. Follows it up, though, and for a second there, it looked like that could have been doable for Revenant, but no, despite the smorgasbord of deaths, Bad Love left in a 1 versus 2. 2 swift bullets to the cranium of the remaining players of Fancy. And as those bullets go skull mush, skull wool, any thoughts Fancy had about taking the 9-3 curse will be splattered on the floor, along with any other thoughts they may have. Revenant, a swift fourth.
I mean, this is the thing, like, again, the fact that they're able to get this many rounds on what is a defender-sided map against a hyper-aggressive team, you really have to take your hat off to Revenants. And again, I think that certainly when they go over onto the attack, I'm really curious how that's going to go to them. Could this be the first map on the table for Revenant? Yes, granted, Fancy are currently a few rounds ahead, but again, remember, we are on Haven right now, and that attacking side is so much more favorable.
Well, it could be now. Look at this aggression now from Bad Love, the tour de force duel, and Nizzy draws first blood. The Operator's still available for Paradox, so this was a sort of pseudo double op setup to Fancy here. But it's still not a pretty position at all.
Bring them down.
Alrighty, so Black Hawk and Logi trying to make their way to get a bit of pressure here. There we go, that's certainly going to do it. Suka falling down, so that's all that Fade utility ripped from the hands of Fancy right now, and 4 versus 4. Paradox holding a very tight angle. Can they land this shot? As we said, a pseudo snipe fest, and there we go. Beautiful shot there. Killer's actually falling down. Paradox getting to this really high position too. Doing their best Obi-Wan Kenobi impression. Quite land that shot, but the boombot's going to go out and allow them a little bit of breathing room as they try to open it. Shut down by Nizzy, but actually Nizzy gets a post-mortem trade there. Beautiful stuff. Scrappy on both sides again. The plant needs to go down. It's going to go down very nicely, tucked down in that hell position. I think once again, Revenant is ready and waiting. They know exactly what's going to happen, and they're using their util to the best they can. Beautiful shot there. Beautiful duo play there as Fisio falls down. And yes, I can in a 1 versus 2. There we go. Beautiful cleanup there. The side of Revenant getting their 5th round on the table, and Again, how much is this going to benefit them? How much of those 5 defensive rounds going to benefit them once they go onto that attacking half? It's going to get spicy now, Krem.
It is. And Revenant, that was a very clean after plant. I was very impressed with that. The fact that they were able to just use their utility to delay the plant for so long, that the flankers were able to come through, and then more importantly, they were able to get a really, really strong setup so that they could just collapse onto the remaining players of Fancy. 7-5 the scoreline now, and honestly, as the half switch comes in, I feel like Fancy sort of took their foot off the gas here, and Revenant are punishing it beautifully.
100%. I mean, look at this.
One
Blackboard and Physio
ACS.
head to head. I mean, absolutely putting in phenomenal work for their teams. As you say, very, very evenly matched when it comes to ACS. Even Stevens on the kills as well. Again, perfect KPR on both sides there, really. Evenly matched, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. But again, this really shows, in my opinion, how close these rounds have been going. And again, the way that things are kind of spread out on both sides and the way that those kills have been kind of balanced out a little bit. Nizzy, of course, Nizzy having an absolute field day, but we've seen that consistently throughout this entire best of 5.
They truly have. Looking at how Nizzy's sort of been playing as well, you see the change in versatility. Because on the Jets, he's charging in, he's getting kills wherever, whenever. On the Chamber, he's much more passive. We've seen him just sit back, relax, and let them come to him. Now he's on the defense. Surely it gets even more passive. I imagine we're going to see Fancy look to do a very similar playstyle to Revenant, where they take points of the map pretty consistently. But I don't necessarily know if that's going to be the if that's going to be the overall philosophy of how Fancy are going to be playing their defense of Haven. Bearing in mind, yes, they have a higher win rate, but for Revenant, I think they've played it more times.
I think this is the thing that I'm mostly curious to see, though, is like how players like Nizzy, and again, the usual energy that Fancy bring to the table, they're at a slight disadvantage going on to his attack now, this defense rather, and I'm wondering how important players like Nizzy will be, especially, A-Long as an example. We saw Revenant really push up that and bring the fight pretty much to a borderline attacker spawn at times, and I do feel like that's going to be an interesting one for them to try and contest. I'm wondering if they'll go for overextensions of their own, or whether they will just hold those long lines of sight, because it's something that they can do so well. We've seen them do it on the previous 2 maps. I feel like, this is just going to be absolutely insane on both sides now. I think it's still going to be incredibly close.
Nizzy going to be the first player to be tested here. Tries to get away, but Paradox gets him at just the final moment. Down to the 5 versus 4. And for, well, look at fancier positions. They're nowhere near where this retake's going to be needed. Bad Love already tucked in window. Oh, and it's a collateral. Both players, good night. And with that, Fancy a 2 versus 5. Dear God. Bad Love.
It's a really comfortable position for them to be in right now. There's at least one Bad Love falling down. Prowler goes out, but again, you have to try and force this fuse, but they can't. And poor Yes I Can, tucked in a really awkward position right now. The swings can come out to trade it back out. It doesn't matter what you do. That is a very comfortable round win for the side of Revenant.
Now, Suka, I can't help but think that, bearing in mind for Revenant there, that was such a well-placed after plant. They got on to C so quickly. They still plays them. Really worried now for Fancy, bearing in mind that Revenant are keeping this close. Our producer kindly predicted it would be a 13-5. Well, he's wrong. So we can take solace in that. But for Fancy, it's going to be very difficult to take solace in the fact that that 3-0 dream may not come true.
100%. That's going to probably rustle their jimmies a little bit. But again, as we said, Revenant currently on boot camp. I love the fact that they just have not been rattled at all by the fact that they're currently 2-0 down. And now. I think it's pretty easy. You can guess where this collapse is coming from. So Killer S is going to try and get a little bit aggressive there, holding back the execute for as long as possible. The rest of Fancy start to make their way into the site too. There we go. The opening picks going in favor of Revenant. One for Logi, one for Bad Love. Can that trade come through? Yes, it can. Suga's able to shut down Logi. Fade on fade action, as we like to see. 3 versus 4 for this defense. Suga trying to get bossy with it, but Black Hawk falls down. Yes, I can trade it out. Paradox with another trade. Yes, I can with another trade of their own. Again, a really scrappy fight, really, to be honest. But in this midst of this action, Revenant have actually been able to take back control of C. And now they're in a very comfortable post plant. Yes, I can has to deal in a 1 versus 2 retake with no information at all as to where these players may be lurking. So again, the slow approach needs to come through. Ideally trying to bait out these players into 1v1s, and this is where it can get a little bit uneven. Players goes for the swing, but Wimp is there, ready and waiting. Beautiful angle being held.
This is where things get interesting, isn't it, Grace? We have a game on our hands. What I quite like is Fancy, they did do a little bit of damage with their pistols, but Fancy's pistols have been pretty good throughout the series. The fact that Revenant are able to at least hold on to some of the Vandals means that for me, Fancy, there's a real danger here that they lose this round. That they lose their lead, even. Bearing in mind that it's not a complete buy from Revenant, more of a bonus. There's a Spectre. There's even just a big Ghost for Logi, who's being a bit cheeky with his bonus. And for Fancy, this is a very heavy commitment outside of C long, but for Revenant, it's the same commitment.
Yes, indeed. We are seeing a bit of a push here by Killer S through, and leading the way. There we go. Trades coming through on both sides. Rolling Thunder goes out to try and apply a little bit of extra pressure. Swift rotation to A, but we're ready and waiting will be Nizzy. I mean, we've seen Nizzy pop off before, but again, an uncomfortable position to be in. Paradox getting that beautiful pick there, shutting him down, but now that information has been fed. Rotation needs to come through from the side of Fancy. Look at all this control that Revenant now have. Beautiful shot there, just ready and waiting for Yes I Can to fall into their arms. And Fisio can't really delay this plan. They're being held back by so much util there. Here we go. It is a post-plan retake now for the side of Fancy, and they really need to find these heads of these players. A very dangerous situation to be in, a 3 versus 4 with no information. Now you have at least the information as to where Paradox is, but Paradox is feeling a little bit fraggy themselves. There we go. The trade comes through. And another round on the board for Revenant, and that is them taking the lead as well, Krem. So the pressure's certainly being applied to Fancy right now.
This is where things get really, really quite difficult for Fancy. Feels like Revenant, their post plants have been so strong that the second that spike goes down, Fancy may have to just go safe. You look at how, well, bearing in mind Paradox now, I highlighted the raises at the start of the map. Look at them now. Paradox has woken up. He almost got his second ace of the series as well in that last round. The Killers, he's not been able to match Paradox, and it feels like he's having to list on the rest of Fancy to have that S factor. Izzy as well, one of the title players for Fantasy, also having a relatively quiet game. Back off for the time being, only 60 HP to his name. With the rest of Fantasy, yes, they try and aggress, yes, they have a main control, but the trade-off is they've completely lost C sight.
100%, and that plant once again is going down, but a 5v5 retake. I mean, this excites me, certainly so. This is going to get scrappy very quickly, and Bad Love in this large overextension holding this flank. This could be massive. There we go. Taking on Fisio as Killer S falls too. Really, really good positioning now from the side of Revenant. Paradox taking out Suka, but Nizzy trades it back out, but again, a 2v3. Well, actually, make that a 1v3 now, as multiple kills on both sides start to spiral through for Nizzy in a very uncomfortable position. Spots at least one, but that call-out is going to come through, and there we go. Logi with a very tight angle there is able to clean it up, and Revenant really starting to take this away now.
They really are, and Revenant seem to have found their momentum, and they're just running with it. Fancy, what they need, a timeout would be great here, to be honest. Either a timeout or some form of counter-aggression that works. We sort of see, on Breeze, they had counter-aggression. They had set plays with dedicated utility to assault positions of the map. We haven't seen any of that from Fancy. We've seen, yes, they've dumped a bit of utility on A long and they've just pushed with it, but it's not been anything to break the streak of Revenant, who I believe this is now 6 on the bounce. which Fancy haven't been able to stop. Here's some aggression in mid now. I like to see it. Unfortunately, unable to get that opening kill. And off the back of that information, look at this sprint, the gauntlet that Revenant were ready to run over to A now. I mean, forced Nizzy back. That operator is going to have some serious trouble, especially when bombarded with utility from the center of A site.
100%. Very delayed execute at the moment, though, and that's going to allow a lot of breathing room for Fancy to get into some more favorable positions, so to speak. But maybe an additional flankaroonie coming through from Suka would benefit them. But again, as you can see, Bad Love is not willing to let that happen. The positioning from Revenant has been absolutely on form this map, and here we go, the util coming out, but more util to try and delay that execute as a Rolling Thunder comes through. Beautiful shot there by Nizzy. Yes, I can taking out Logi too. Yes, we've seen that ult from Paradox, but again, the breathing room they need has been absolutely taken away from them right now. Fancy really clinging on by the skin of their teeth, and here we go. Paradox is actually able to sneak behind them and get those picks, and goodness me, Paradox, how can you do it to them?
He hits them with it. Paradox just threw a nuke. Oh my. And this was one of the finally around where Fancy look like their defense is on lock. But Paradox, look at this final grenade. That couldn't have been thrown better. What? Fancy are up against it. Paradox is now starting to really warm to his team. And unfortunately for Fancy, this team is killing these players.
Let's play.
Yes, there's a tour de forces from both players, but with Stingers, Sheriffs, there's a Guardian on Yes I Can. The weaponry on Fancy is so weak. Revenant just needs to start isolating these 1v1s once again.
1v1s indeed, and that's the issue, isn't it? If you allow yourselves to be put into 1v1 engagements, where it can be a very hit or miss situation. I love the duo things that we're seeing from Revenant, and again, the positioning is so important right now, and I can't stress that enough. The way that they're just allowing Fancy to kind of fall into their trap almost. It's been really gorgeous every time. Looks like they're pushing into Garage Foe, and there we go. We're going to see a massive dump of util here. As actually the ult from the Raze is going to come through, but Bad Love, beautiful pick there onto Stuka. That's going to at least cause a little bit of a pushback here. Backhawk onto Yes I Can too, so already a lot of breathing room being maintained, but Nizzy ready and waiting to get that trade-off. Bit of an awkward situation now as to bring around the Rosie tight around the corner. There we go. Loki is actually able to take down Killer S, and Paradox as well, taking down Physio. Poor Nizzy left in a 1 versus 4. This is a moment where it's like, okay, realistically, do you try and contest this fight? You can do if you want to. You need to bait out these 1v1s though, and it's not going to be the easiest job because, again, as I say, Revenant have been absolutely on top form with their positioning, and there's where I say it. There we go. Logi just tightly held up against that pixel angle, is able to shut it down, and we have a series on our hands.
Revenant are looking bloody good, aren't they? It feels like if something clicked sort of penultimate round of that first half, and Revenant have been dominating since then. We see a timeout from Fancy. I feel like this timeout has come a little bit too late. This could have come 2 or 3 rounds ago, but the damage has been done. Timeout called. Remember, there's only 4 rounds that separate the 2 of them, so this is by all means doable for Fancy. But Revenant right now are looking unrelenting in their confidence and in their aim. You see Blackhawk comes from the shadows, went with the Rolling Thunder. Suka has a Nightfall to try and slow this, but it's not going to... It'll slow, it won't stop. Something I want to mention as well is you saw over from Revenant, they just went quiet on that C site. Fancy 2
trap here, and it's working so well for Revenant. Again, though, can they bring this to match point, that all-important match point, and it will be their first map on the board for the series. Again, still not going to jinx it, Krem, but things are certainly going to get interesting. Immediate pressure being applied by the side of Revenant towards this C site, so again, the rotation's actually going to come through pretty quickly from Fancy this time.
Fancy were at least able to stop the push this time. Yes, there is a big commitment of ults on both sides here, but Revenant now, they just get ready to hit this site. Eventually, Fancy are able to get there to stop it. There's going to be that follow-up aggression with the Rolling Thunder. Paradox is going to eat it down to 4v4. unfortunately for Fancy, it's another retake Grace. And with that, Yes I Can is going to get caught, will deliver that killing blow as well. Waiting in company with his teammates. There is going to be a moment of that Boom Bot going to try and garner a bit of space here. Seas won't quite land though, but as the 3 versus 3.
Fancy pull this back 3 rounds. So again, it's so neck and this is the thing. I was kind of round differential throughout the entire. I love the fact that Revenant have suddenly turned around and brought the Thunder map where I honestly, hand on heart, did not expect them to. Again, just based on how this plays out for teams starting on that attack, I was a little bit worried for them, but they have blown me away. Again, it's such a good team when it comes to the way that they want to play to say util and go for these more safer options of gaining map control, and it's worked so fantastically for them. Fancy, on the other hand, I'm curious to see if they start playing into their usual playstyle a little bit more, how that may end up being a little bit better. But again, it's this idea of it not being the most favorable right now to be able to do that. You have the util to enable. Just discuss how important the Ronda's been multiple times during this map, though, to be honest. There have been so many times where those trades have just been enabled by a side. I think that really shows the importance of bringing utility like that to a map like this.
Feels like Wimp, even many kills, his setup for the breach has been flawless. But you see him with assists there. He has just been an
I've got the match.
Welcome back. We do apologise for that technical. However, in this first over at GC have gone, you know what? I like lag. They spoke very sternly to the lag gods, and Grace does the rest of this map without lag. Well, without lag. Looks like there's brain lag for me. So we'll have to see what Fancy can do. I mean, finally won a round. They did do so having spent all their money, having expended a few ults, and because of that, Yes I Can have to go down to a Bulldog. Over on Revenant, though, because the huge streak they've been able to acquire, they're not going to have to worry too much about money for a good while now.
100%. I mean, to be fair, I think this is really going to start to set the momentum. Can Revenants get to match point? Ironically, Fancy once again trying to go for a bit of early round aggression, and this is what they actually needed to do from the get-go, play into what they did. Beautiful shot there by Killeras, but it's immediately traded back out by Blackhawk, having a phenomenal game themselves. And here we go, Fancy trying to get a little bit aggro with it, trying to really delay this push up. Prowler's going to go out and really alert them as to where this push is going to come from. So that Rolling Thunder yet again is going to go out, and this is already looking so much better for Fancy. They're able to contest. Well, as I say that, Blackhawk with a little swing around, shutting down Yes I Can, but Zuko is able to get that pick, and Wimp ultimately able to trade that out themselves as well.
Last player standing.
Ooh, beautiful shot there by Wimp.
Shot.
Really alleviating the pressure that these defenders were bringing, and now it's a very awkward 3 versus 1. At this point, it's the idea of, well, do you save or do you try and contest this? Again, time it is ticking. It's such a large map to try and go for this retake with. A lot of util in pocket, however. They do have the ult up as well, but is it too much too soon? Very strong attack from Revenant, despite, again, Fancy's best best efforts to try and delay it for now. They know exactly where Fissio is going to come from. There we go. Logi ready and waiting. Goes for the swing out. Beautiful pick there. And that is indeed match point.
We're going to a third map. Is the reverse sweep possible, Grace? Do you see it happening? Because for me, if Paradox keeps playing this well, if the whole of Revenant keeps setting him up this well, there's a world where a reverse sweep happens. There's absolutely a world where a reverse sweep happens. Especially because it looks like Fancy are starting to run out of steam a bit.
A little bit, but again, I just think that, you know, that last round in the early stages went how it should have gone for them in theory, but that's what we needed from the very start of the map. We needed to see Fancy do fancy things. It's the thing they do best. They go for these aggressive pushes together and they win those gunfights, but they've fallen into a trap here a little bit. What Revenant wanted to bring to the table, for the most part, is that's just nasty. Falling down after that ult hits him in the face. A beautiful pick down to Yes I Can as well, and Nizzy, rightly so, is going to go for a rotation to try and get a different angle. Nobody wants to contest that right now, and that spike goes down as a result. Close-up angle here. I'm not sure if Killer S is actually aware of it, but they're going to be aware now because look at this, the silent sneak. This could be horrendous right now for the side of Fancy because they are not aware at all. Yes, we got that pick. There we go, the beautiful 2K there by Bad Love before Killer S can shut it down. Finally, a 1 versus 3. They have to get up close and personal, and what can you do? There we go, a beautiful map there by Revenant, and finally clawing back a map of themselves, and that means we're going to map number 4, Krem.
I'm a very happy man. Revenant, they strike back. They don't allow Fancy to have the clear route into the finals, and they're going to have to make Fancy work for it. In fact, so much so that if Revenant can keep this up, then it could very well be their spots in the finals, as they may be able to rob it from Fancy. What a map, though. What a map, Grace.
It just didn't go the way I expected it to go at all, to be honest. Like, this is the thing. I really thought that Fancy would have Revenant on the ropes there. Again, a high progressive team starting on that attack on an attacker-sided map where 9 times out of 10, if you bring aggression from the get-go, you were just going to sail away with it. We saw completely different Fancy there where they were like, oh, we're not actually going to do our usual thing. We're going to play this a bit safer. And in fact, we saw Revenant bring that aggression. We saw these huge overextensions by them. And I think that rattled Fancy a lot, to be honest. And that was really, really good to see. And, you know, rightly so, Revenant winning that map out, and they're still in it to win it. They just have to get one more round on the table to bring this to like a nice even Stevens playing field. And I think they could do it.
We'll have to see how our analysts feel about Haven. With buying up next, there's certainly a lot to talk about. Let's hand it over to our amazing casters. Analysts.
Well, there's no fun without a close fight coming in through, and I guess Revenant Esports, what a match, what a fallback, what a comeback against Fancy United. Now I understand the reason for the question I asked, why Haven, and I got the answer, because they are so strong. With a lot of different agent composition coming in, like, you know, Wimp going in for the breach. Now, that was something I did not expect. But a really, really smooth match coming in from Revenant Esports and Fancy United. They had their ups and downs. But overall, how do you feel about this map? Because I am completely impressed.
I gotta say, unlike our previous matches, here something was different right from the get-go. From the agent composition, what was different? Mirror comp by both of the rosters. They are not playing different theory. Not one team is playing focused on utility, neither the other is focused on tempo based and, you know, approaching your opposition at breakneck speeds. No, they are playing the exact same Valorant, at least on a utility and strategic level, which is why this time Revenant were able to get the better end out of, or well, shall I say, against Fancy United. As soon as it went to that same composition, Revenant instantly realized the key to their success. They started going for those gunfights, and because the side of Fancy United did not have that out-of-the-box advantage anymore that they boasted on maps like Ascend, meant that Fancy United now suddenly had to play everyone's game. Fancy United suddenly had to play that regular game of Valorant where you are against your opponent.
Yep, and I think I should definitely give it up for Paradox for, you know, maintaining that duelist role throughout the map with 28 kills, a total of 390 aces. I think that's one of the highest aces I've seen so far in VCT off season. We've got 61% win rate and of course 25% headshot, and I should say a really, really good game. Even in the last round, we saw Paradox go up with that showstopper and you know get multiple kills, and Bad Love putting down that
What a flank.
dual kill before we shut Fancy United down. But coming back, I think there are a couple of things I noticed from Fancy United itself. The start was very shaky for them because they were not able to take close fights against Revenant Esports, and Bad Love, I think he totally stood up like a chamber throughout the map. And defense was a strong hand for Revenant Esports. They went down with a scoreline of 7-5 the first half, and then when they eventually switched down to the second half, their attack is known to be very, very good.
Right.
And since Haven is already an attacking started map, it just gave them an advantage. They won the pistol round in the second half, and they just kept maintaining that aggression throughout the second half. And I believe the score was 13-8 before we closed out.
Yeah.
And Fancy United just took one round in their defense. This explains the amount of efforts Revenant put in their defense and as well as attack.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. When it comes to Revenant's attack, it was their attack that was working really well for their favor. Fancy United, these guys tried everything on their defense. They tried to soft hold a bomb site, try and maybe get one or two kills. The fade was always present. Then they instantly fell back and tried for a retake, kind of like what these guys attempt always on Ascent or on other maps. That didn't work. Then you had Fancy United maintain a high line of defense, hard hold the bomb site. We saw that same thing from Suka Killers. Yes, I can, constantly going for the fault line, going for the fade seizes, the haunts, and of course the raise pain shell utility. That also still didn't work. Revenant, every single time they found a way to break through just that one chink in the armor that ultimately led to the entire defense of Fancy United crumbling. And this was so much more of a confidence showing from Revenant, more specifically from Paradox, maintaining a KD of 2.
Yes, moreover, I want to speak about Fancy United. I think there were a few mistakes that Fancy United could have made in few rounds, like over peaking or maybe not able to trade out the players, lack of map awareness. Sometimes the positions of Revenant Esports were not predictable, of course, from Fancy United. But one difference that could have been better was maybe Killers should have gone in for the initiator, and Yesaiken should have come for the duelist. But at the end of the day, it's not done yet. Fancy United still stands on the lead with 2 maps, and Revenant just has 1 map, which means we'll be going down for the 4th map, that is Mind. If Fancy United wins, then GG will play. But if Revenant wins, we head to the 5th map, that is Fracture. Let's have a look at the team performance. I believe even though Revenant got the victory, Fancy United put a lot of effort into getting the first kills. Just 1 first kill difference between Fancy United and Revenant.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Fancy United, yet again, what do we know of these guys? These guys want to go for gunfights. I said this in the pre-match presentation before we headed on forward for Haven, and I'll say this again. If it was up to Fancy United, they'd much rather play a 1v1 server, just all aim. They try to boil down every single one of their firefight into the simplistic manner possible, try to forget about all the utility factors, all the positioning, all of that, and it's kind of the opposite of what most teams play. But this time, Revenant were on par with them, just shy of that 1 kill, right, when it comes to the first kills, meaning that Revenant were also encountering them time and time again and getting rid of the opposition, getting rid of the members of Fancy United, which ultimately led to a better start for RNT in multiple rounds.
Yeah, and moreover, surprisingly, we've seen Fancy United and Revenant have the equal number of plans. 9 plans for Fancy and 9 plans for Revenant. But where did Fancy go wrong? It was in their attack. They only got 6 out of 9 plans that they've done.
Right.
That means RNT was good at today by gaining the control of the side back, and also the retakes were really impressive. I saw a lot of rounds where Revenant had that capacity to take the control of the bomb side. One was lurking, one was going and fighting from the main, and a lot of good communication was happening. Let's have a look at the economy.
Yeah, even the economy as well right now. This economy graph is one which showcases these teams fought till the very end. Because unlike the unlike the Stormbow victories we had from the side of Fancy United in the previous maps, this time it was a lot more back and forth. Still not as back and forth as many other games would be classified, the ones we have seen here, the Challenger Series. However, we are seeing the ups and downs take place in a team's economy. We saw a lot more of those eco buys, both from Revenant and from Fancy United, compared to how these guys run usually and compared to what they're used to. And this also had to play a big factor, right? Because now Fancy United, in a lot more situations, found themselves with only Spectres, found themselves with Stingers, with Sheriffs, half armor, sometimes no armor, and they had to scavenge and somehow try and salvage the round, which also did not work because, again, Revenant were very confident on Haven with the gunfights they took, regardless of the gun, regardless of the weaponry they had in hand. So now, where does everyone stand after the initial 3A maps? So we are done with the majority of the best of 5. Fancy United, as you had mentioned, Elika, still lead the BO5 2-1, but Revenant have a slight chance of making it back. The only thing is, I'm going to say this, and I know I'm going to sound crazy to a lot of people considering the kind of performance Fancy United just had, but if Bind somehow goes into Revenant's favor, there is a major chance of a complete comeback, because I know for a fact Revenant are solid when it comes to Fracture.
Yes, Revenant's one of the best map is Fracture, and very less people know this because Revenant has so much practice over the map of Fracture that they haven't, quite played it the most in the series. But let me tell you, the Decider map is in turn in the favor of Revenant Esports. I mean, I've seen Fancy United play, I've seen Revenant play, but the Revenant's playstyle is quite different when they go down to the map of Fracture, and they are more, familiar with Viper plays and double controller setups compared to Fancy United. Now, Fancy United is a team who capitalize more on having duelists and the aggression, but less control of the map. That was a clear explanation of Haven, where they lost control multiple times during the post-plan situation. But at the end of this map, I want to say that Revenant, it was a good comeback, but I'm really having high hopes on Revenant in the map of Bind because they have played it before and they have got some victories and some losses. But ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, me and Sissy are going to take a break before we switch down to the 4th map.
I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given, but honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living, but we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to, if you want me to, 'cause we can run. And we can run. does it fall all for you? So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it out.
Welcome back everyone to LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series Edition 9, an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour, powered by Amazon.in. We've got GPU partner Zota, gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, laptop partner Asus, and as always, broadcast partner Loco, broadcasting our Hindi stream. But we are here. Semi-finals, we have the 4 best teams out of South Asia and Southeast Asia against each other, and Fancy United versus Revenant so far universe has been... I mean, it has encompassed everything you would want from semi-finals. You know, close encounters, you've got stomp over wins. We haven't seen an overtime, but maybe this is our chance.
Yeah, you know, this kind of goes exactly how I told you right before the second map, that the only chance that these guys would have, Revenant, to pull out something out of the bag would be on Haven. And that is a map that, you know, revolves with a little bit more structure. And Fancy will have a little bit difficulty attacking on the defense. And that is what we saw. They were not comfortable on the defense as such. And they had a little bit of a, you know, strugglesome time to cope up with the way that Revenant were playing. And that overall translated to a Revenant victory. Haven was their one and only best chance. Now we go into Bind, and Bind is a map where Revenant are, well, they've got a pretty set strategy. We've seen them play the map before, but Fancy, on the other hand, are a team that have a pretty different composition, and I think you have some words for that.
Yeah, Fancy United on Bind, we haven't seen it a lot from their side, but the last time we saw it, these guys, they're running parts of what used to be an old meta on Bind, but then again, they're adding their own twist to it, which, I mean, I'm not going to fault them for that. They're Fancy United. But these guys bring in Astra and Viper together. However, Astra, Viper, Sage used to be one of my favorite personal metas just because the sheer control you can garner on defense, the blockage you can have only with your utility itself to prevent that fast execute that Bind is known for, because again, such a small map, contrary to Haven, contrary to Pearl, and all the maps along those lines. So, because of the Astra, Viper, Sage, things used to be really in favor of, you know, the defense. They held on the attack for so long, and even if the attackers were able to plant the spike, they could still retake with the extra bit of utility that they had. However, what Fancy United do, these guys do not bring that. Rather, they've got Astra Viper, they've got the Raze, and then they bring 2 initiators, Fade and KO. Raze already we know, most likely Killers, just like right now, will be on that race since Nizzy. I mean, yeah, he's an absolute tank when it comes to, you know, getting kills. He is one unit. He can go for kills, but we haven't seen a lot of Raze. Yes, I can. Been a Phoenix main so far. Excellent performance on Phoenix. No one's taking that away from him. But Raze has always given down to Killers, which brings, you know, the responsibility now onto someone like Suka to play that Fade once more and pick up the initiator role. But yeah, Fancy United, they do not bring a Sentinel. Makes a lot of sense. These guys, they want to attack on the defense as well. Who cares about a chamber? What's a chamber?
Well, you know, it could, you know, go in the direction of a chamber being picked by Nizzy, if at all they think about it. You know, could be. You don't know about that. If Nizzy wants to pick up the Jet, that's, you know, pretty, you know, standard issue as well, along with the Raze if they want to go for a double duelist, double initiator and double controller, single initiator, which is not something that usually happens. But if the KO is being picked, I am going to be a little surprised to see who plays it, because Yes I Can is pretty good. Right, he plays the Breach on Haven, which is not really his strongest suit, but on the map of Bind, I believe that the side of Revenant have a little bit of experience in terms of their set, you know, unit of roster as to who plays what. Whereas on the other side of things, we've got at least 3 players who play duelists, right?
Yeah.
We've got Yes I Can, Nizzy, as well as Killers. All 3 of them play duelists. 2 of them can switch in and out between initiators as well, which is Killers and Yes I Can, but
and
Nizzy
then Nizzy
sticks.
goes for the chamber.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that, you know, Yes I Can should be essentially playing a role that makes him feel a little bit more comfortable, which I think the KO is okay for that.
Yeah.
Because I think that he can play the KO. Killers also can fill in that role, or if they want to switch up between the Raze and the KO themselves, is fine. But I'm looking forward to see what they're actually going to be picking on Bind.
It's going to be interesting. And as for the side of Revenant, we saw these guys play the map of Bind as of yesterday only. It's only been hours since they faced off against the likes of Velocity Gaming on Bind. However, it wasn't good.
Yeah.
Revenant yesterday, they were really struggling. As a matter of fact, Revenant right now are looking the best that they have in a while. So keeping that in mind, let's talk about Revenant now. And first, let's mention their overall composition. Or not composition, shall I say, their overall, pool, and which maps they really prefer, which maps they have been playing to a lot of extent in this Challenger Series particularly. I want everyone to realize that. And they have played Bind time and time again, but their outings mainly haven't been the best. Yesterday's matchup against Velocity, they were really struggling to find any momentum, or shall I say they were struggling to find any sense of direction as to how they should attack, where they should be leading themselves, what kind of kills to go for, what kind of kills to avoid. It was all very chaotic and not good.
Yeah, well, I really think that Revenant Esports have at best, I think they have a consistency problem. It depends on it depends on the opponent that comes up in front of them.
Right.
Now, they did play well against Fancy in the first game that they, played in the group stages. But now, as we can see, they just absolutely threw the ball down, right? So I'm not entirely convinced by how they can perform, because the minute they won that first 3 stretch of games against the SEA teams, they dropped the ball against against Bleed. They dropped the ball against FPS, and then eventually Velocity as well.
Well, right now we can see Revenant and the map of Bind, and the heat map. It's very difficult to make sense out of this. I'll try and guide everyone, and we'll try to tell everyone the maximum of what Revenant try to do. But the main thing is, first of all, it's a very small map. That's why we are seeing kills take place all over the map. However, the major thing is Revenant on attack and on defense, these guys want to start an execution as soon as possible. That's why most of the heated areas in the map are going to be either in the bomb site or in those adjacent rooms and corners. We are seeing A shot have a particular liking of kills. We are seeing shower entrance be absolutely lava red, and on towards B as well, right? That entrance, that cubby corner you have, once you enter from Octagon in towards the bomb side, you're going towards elbow, lot of kills there. Goes to show Revenant do not like wasting time. On their attack, they want to push in towards A side or B side as soon as possible. They want to take control of A shot. If someone is contesting for A shot, they will kill that person. If someone is contesting B long, they will once again kill that person. And on defense, they still like to hold those same angles, maintain that aggressive map control, so that even if the attackers are, just absolutely thrashing them with utility, they can still give up some of that transitional space that anyways defender give it up sooner rather than later in a round.
Yeah, well, as you clearly saw, right? They really love to play on that front foot towards the sites. They don't take too many fights behind on the back of site unless, they themselves are attacking, which tends to happen. But when they're on defense or when they are on, the attack, they make sure that their fights are always first-handed, which is towards the near side of attack. And they try to smoke off the backsides, of course, as we all usually do. And they try to avoid as much fights to the backside until they get that plant down. And that's exactly why we saw they had a pretty decent post-plant success rate as well. But all of that is going to be really, really, in the drain if they are not able to pick out this game from Fancy, because they need that first half. They need it.
They need it, absolutely do. And definitely everyone will have their eyesights and eyes glued to the screens. However, to have some more enjoyment for your ears as well, and to make you enjoy the game even further, we'll bring it on down to the casters and let's see what they've got to say.
It's do or die now for Revenant Esports. Can they continue the dreams of a reverse sweep, or are they going to be falling to Fancy, having only been able to strike back on one map? Off the back of the victory on Haven, things are looking pretty good for Revenant. Of course, I'm your caster Kramer 3. I'm joined by the amazing Grace. How are you feeling about this? And going into Bind, do you believe in the reverse sweep, or do you think Fancy are going to be able to close it out?
So in terms of obviously previous data, this does tend to favor Fancy more. However, given the shift in momentum, given the shift in style that we've seen from Revenant to really bring the thunder on Haven, this could be an interesting one. Again, I'm wondering if they're willing to mix it up a little bit compared to their usual when it comes to this map and how that's going to kind of go for them. Again, as the wonderful analysis just said, this is one of the smallest maps in the map pool. It can be a little bit of a hell in the cell. So, of course, looking at the utility on both sides right now, we really want to be looking for things that are going to enable these aggressive, fast and furious engagements, or at least delay it as well. Of course, we're seeing Wimp down the sky, so a lot of flashes and things like that in pocket. That's also going to benefit them as well. The raises on both sides, I think that's pretty expected at this point from these two. Love the fact that we're also seeing Suka there on the fade. We're also seeing a little bit of a Viperino action.
Yes, I Can then goes to the Astra. Yes, I Can is proving to be such a versatile player. Of course, the one previous result that's going to always sort of spring to me here was that 13-2 defeat against Velocity Revenant faced. So this is now their shot at redeeming that. For the time being, it looks like Revenant are going to start with a fairly massive setup with 2 players in their spawn before exiting. Fancy on the flip side with a fast bid for Showers control. Instead, they're going to back off the time being, get this control and go quiet. See how Revenant are going to be poising this defense.
100%. And again, a bit of a quiet before the storm moment, very like how the last map went, but you still being sent on both sides. The Prowler giving away Bad Luck's position, but they're still wishing to hold back for as long as possible. I think at this point it looks like we may see a late rotation. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, Krem. Both sides just really getting the feelers out for one another, working out what's going on, what's the vibe, what will the vibe of this map be. Bad Love ready and waiting for what could potentially be a duo swing here. Yes, indeed it is. Killer S taking them out, so that's going to alleviate some of that pressure that was being sent towards them from Shower, and the long rotation as the timer is ticking down. This could be a little bit risky.
Well, it could be 30 seconds left. Wimp now also goes back for the big rotation rounds away. He's gone at the wrong time, though. Logi alone back sight now. He may have Wimp with him in time. That flash is going to try and buy a bit of space. It'll do just that, but Fisio is there to deliver that killing blow. Logi only good for one as Fisio doubles down. That will enable the plant for Fancy. How will Revenant now fare with Paradox and Blackhawk on the flank? Blackhawk, his first kill will be everything. Good for the first, but this is while Paradox gets traded out into the 1 versus 3, and Fancy aren't even giving an inch for Blackhawk to work with here.
They're not at all. They're not even willing to try and contest these angles. They're just holding them as safe as they can. They know where he is. They know he's in that hookah area, so they know that he has to drop down. That should give somewhat of a little bit of an audio cue. And there we go, Nizzy to finish things off. Beautiful opening round for the side of Fancy. Again, patient, delayed. It's an interesting change of energy that we're seeing on both sides. Yet again, Fancy really not playing into how they typically do. I guess it's just this idea of you going into the opening round, you know, Fancy, ideally, they want to close it out now. Revenant, they really want this map in their pocket. They want to pull it to map number 5. It's really, really admirable to see them both kind of change up the momentum in which they usually play out. This, you know, a bit of respect in a way towards each other as well, really trying to play into each other as much as possible.
Looks like Fancy going relatively quiet for the time being. Yes, I Can, only holding on to the Ghost here, so a little bit of a bold investment, or lack of investment from him. With Revenant instead having the Chamber Aggress that we spotted out by the Fade. For Bad Love, at least this adult orb he can secure as he retreats to Showers. Logi now also takes a bit of damage for his peak on long, but Revenant, they stack this really effectively. All 4 players on beat. However, Bad Love, a bit of an overextension. With Bad Love's death now, that Asus completely unguarded, which means Revenant have to push. The flash through the smoke could be perfect. There's that flash. There's the swing. There's the counter swing from Fizzy. He's only good for 1, though. As Yes, I Can also has to get the hell out of there. He's 20 HP. He does have killers to aid him. But do they expect Paradox there as well? Yes, they do. There's a quick shutdown, and with that, we're going to be seeing Fancy make it to a juggle of Vandals to try and get it to the Fade in time. I don't quite know if it was able to get to Suka, but what I really like, actually, is Fancy's reaction instantly to drop the Vandal and then sprint to the other one. So I believe all 3 Vandals may have been retrieved there. really, really smart play from Fancy thus far.
Yeah, 100%. Again, I love the fact that Revenant were willing to get a little bit aggressive there, though, just for that second. As soon as they knew where those players are, they pushed as a trio, and I think that's certainly something that can benefit them in times. It's ultimately you've got to land those shots, and it was a little bit of a scrap fest there, but again, we saw how scrappy things could be in that last map. I expect more of the same. Massive, aggressive collapse here now into this A site. A full team sweep with tons of utility behind them. They don't want to waste any time. They want to get stuck in. Bad Love being pushed back a little bit into showers by that flash utility. And that's really going to cause a bit of a ruckus as Killer S gets that pick onto Black Hawk. And they get a second one here. They know the sky is around the corner. That plant is going to go down. And there we go. Trades all across the board, to be honest. Paradox and Bad Love really trying to maintain this positioning. But Fancy have despair. They're despair, ready and waiting for them to fall into their open arms.
Tell you what, for Nizzy and Suka, that was an absolutely perfect performance. Both bouncing off one another's angles, both trading one or attempting to trade what would be that first point of contact. But there's no need for trade because no one died. Really, really strong round from Fancy. And for Revenant, that's where the alarm bells start to ring. This is looking very, very similar to how Ascent and Breeze started. Revenant, they need their response. They need it fast. With Sheriffs, I doubt it'll be this round, but you can't allow Fancy to start going sort of 5, 6, 7-0 up without any form of repartee.
100%. It's a little bit of early utility being placed. Let's give a little bit of cover from these lines of sight. And again, the aggression that's coming through from this shower area. Already, Bad Love really trying to push these players. But Suka ready and waiting. And again, because of the space between Paradox and Bad Love there, trade can't come through. I feel like we might see a little bit of the old razzle-dazzle now, as it did look like they were prepping towards that B site a little bit more whilst applying that pressure to A, but it's been held off for now. Again, the Viper utility can be so powerful when it comes to this map. Lots of tight positioning that can be kind of held off, so to speak, and just really burn out that timer. A little bit of a spray and pray from Yes I Can, trying to find some of these defenders on site. It does indeed look like they are going to try and commit to it, but Wimp has gone for this huge extension that's applied the pressure. We might actually see a rotate come through now, Krem.
Paradox now has a bit of information to work with, but Fancy aren't really going to allow him to repeat this. The counter useful from the Raze is perfect. And Killer's actually lost back to the wrong direction. 30 seconds left as the attack comes in. Suka's good for one. Better still, he's able to get cover. Finished off by Black Hawk though. Vizio also chimes in. Killers now starts his foray, but that's up until he meets a Wimp, who is continuing to at least give some form of response. Good for another now. That Stinger cannot be underestimated. Committing the Seekers there, I think, was a bit bold, especially after he gets killed instantly afterwards. And with that, we're going to see Fancy make it 4 for Revenant. Interestingly enough, though, for what was just a Stinger and a couple of Sheriffs, they definitely got some mileage from that.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Wimp had a really beautiful shot, but a few times. It's that initial engagement around the corner. Again, I think that was more of a timing issue more than anything, and I love the fact that Revenant are trying to be cheeky with it and go for these pushes towards the attackers. They're willing to take that fight now, and again, that certainly shows the confidence that they have in themselves going into this. That's a very good sign indeed. Lines of sight being cut off immediately by that Viper wall, and so much utility being dumped again and by Fancy. They really want to clear this space as fast as possible, setting up the boom bot kind of entryway to really allow Killers to get that up close and personal gunfight under their belt. And here we go. Can they actually find them? No, they can't. They're going to eat away via that satchel. Paradox is going to pick that onto Killers. He's also going to shut down any additional angle of pressure. Black Hawk waiting in this corner. No one's just willing to push him just yet. It's more of an idea of holding him off for as long as possible. So a little bit of a standstill here. I say that as everyone starts to swing out towards him. Nizzy getting that pick there. Beautiful duo, if not trio plays there by the side of Fancy. The flash has to go out to try and delay that push. They know there's multiple of them swinging around there. Yes, I Can. Beautiful pick down to Paradox as well. A 3 versus 4. And Yes, I Can goes a little bit wild with it. Bad Love takes down Suka, but Vizio is there to retaliate by himself, and once again a 1vx for the side of Revenant. Can they make it work this time though? Again, baiting out these all-important 1 versus 1s when you're in these 1vx situations. It's going to be difficult with that Viper wall up in front of you. It's hunting for some of these heads of these players. But again, though, the crossfires that can be held here now. There's one at least, but there we go. The swing out from Yes I Can. Beautiful positioning from the side of Fancy. And that is their 5th round on the board. Starting to take it away a little bit now.
That they are. I was really impressed with Fancy. Bear in mind, they were locked. They were essentially trapped outside of lamps for what felt like a good kind of 20, 30 seconds. The Revenant delay utility was so good. Their positioning was even better. I was sort of weighing up the options as whether or not Fancy could risk the teleport dive, but no. They instead wait out all the utility, and then once their own utility gets deployed, they just have the confidence to barrel past it. Yes, Revenant now go into a round with very little weaponry, but they have a lot of ults to work with. The Tour de Force comes out from Bad Love. Will it be enough to at least hold this retake on a Black Hawk? Hit by pretty much everything there. Killers will deliver that killing blow. And apart from that close angle held by Paradox, this A site has fallen.
As indeed, but Wimp has very much cottoned on to the fact that Killers is getting this pressure every time, and well, actually is not going to be able to contest it because Killers getting that pick there and no immediate refrag from his teammates, and Nizzy taking down Logi is at least something, and there we go. There's more kills by Nizzy before Killers finishes it off with a beautiful 3K for that round. Again, the absolute performance for that player is already pulling on, just getting into every nook and cranny. And again, it's this idea where Revenant have clocked on. They know exactly where these pinches are coming from. They know, okay, multiple times when they're collapsing from here, there are these 2 dimensions to this attack. It's just, again, Black Hawk, we've seen him get borderline bullied in such a tight space like that for a few rounds now, and it's not going too well. A little bit uncomfortable right now for Revenant. They really need to get some of these rounds on their board, and well, there we go. We are actually going to hear Viper's Pit get opened, and that's going to really delay any chance of a push there. And that's at least going to hopefully give them a little bit of momentum now, because
Black Hawk.
maybe they can go for a little bit of sheep herding here. Really push them towards that B site where 3 of them are ready and waiting. Oh no, Black Hawk falls down. Yes, I can. Beautiful opening pick there. And it isn't traded out yet. Bad Love does appear to be trying to go for the trade, but it's not coming through just yet. There we go. Yes, I can. A second one now. And already, despite the Viper's Pit, despite that delay to what they thought was going to be an A execute, it's already looking a little bit rocky for the side of Revenant. There we go. Fissio taking out Logi as well, so no more Pit on that A side. And this is going to really maintain the distraction and really make Paradox aware that it still could indeed come in from A.
This is... my heart goes out to Black Hawk. He's hit by the snake bite there, and then forced into a position where he's then pre-fired. And then, of course, the utility from Suka means he can't run. Yeah, as you mentioned, he's being bullied right now.
Left.
Paradox now alone in lamps. Sees the Boombot. Boombot's going to see him. He tries to run. Killers will kill as Wimp... they have to Wimp out. As Fancy get ready to make it 7.
Flawless. And there we go, a flawless round on the board. It really is phenomenal how every time they go for that A execute, they're just able to gain and maintain that lamp's control. And again, as I say, it's so important to have. You don't just want to be funneling into site with your execute from one angle. You always need that second dimension. Typically, sometimes you see people trying to contest showers, but the fact that they're able to push through lamps so easily and actually get stuck in. Again, though, it's not any kind of, you know, bad play coming through by players like Black Hawk and things like that. It's the fact that we're seeing a duo swing around that corner. So even if Black Hawk was to get the kill there, they can't really do anything about it.
You're absolutely right now for Fancy. This is where things get interesting. Up against another rough bite from Revenant. I want to highlight how last round as well, Fancy made that flawless. But you need to remember, they only took about 30, 40 damage for the whole team against the Viper's Pit and a full buy. Like, that's worrying for Fancy now. Instantly there on the open. Yes, I can. Despite being in the Astra, he's been ruthless with these openings. Logi now has to back off. Judge in hand. But at these ranges, it's such a circumstantial weapon that it could very well just be exploited.
Could be exploited indeed, but it really depends on whether Fancy or where the tight angle being held, because I think, yeah, rightly so, Logi is just going to hold that tight angle to try and work the most. But again, if you've got duo swings potentially coming at you, how well will that work out? Only time can tell. Bad Love for now going for what could be a massive huge flank and oh no, actually Killer's gonna shut it down. That is so unfortunate because that really could set more momentum in the favor of Revenant. At least Logi gets that pick there, but again that execute is coming in thick and fast onto the A side. Suka managing to take down Blackhawk as well. It is all looking so rocky right now yet again for Revenant, but that's certainly going to benefit them. Suka falling down as Paradox gets one pick. Can he get another? Spike is down, so they again need to go for this retake as fast as possible. But what util do they have in pocket? They still have the ulti on Paradox, but do you really want to waste it in this kind of situation?
Player standing.
Killer S taking out Paradox anyway, so no ulti this time, but Logi manages to get one. Can they bait out more 1v1s here? Looking for the heads of these players, unaware that Nizzy may be on a little flank here. Lamps, can they shut them out? Yes, they can! Ooh. Can they get the final one though, or will they have to stick that defuse? Here we go. It's going to have to be a little bit of a gunfight here. They managed to get the pick, but they know they can't go for the defuse, so at least they've taken a little bit of a stomp when it comes to hitting that economy on the side of Fancy, but again, ultimately that round's still going in their favor, and it's now 8-0 Krem, and it's dangerous territory to be in.
It really is. Very dangerous territory. I would highlight and I would also emphasize the fact that for Logi, there's a bit of a confidence booster in this. In sort of almost winning a 1v3, time being the only issue you suffer from. That second kill onto Nizzy there, that's a confidence builder, especially a kill you really shouldn't be getting. Gets the final one, gets out of there, saves the Vandal. It's going to help them economically. When you're 8-0 down, you need every bit of cash you can get your hands on. And for Logi, it's going to be a fairly slow start. Able to retrieve the ult orb now, just one away from a Viper's Pit. But this is up against the 4 ultimates readily available for Fancy here, including that null command, with Suka just one away from getting a Nightfall as well.
Sure. Yeah, I'm very curious as to how this engagement is going to go along belong. There's no immediate push just yet, but once that cloud cover drops, it's going to get a little bit spicy, but Revenant rightly so are playing it very safe, very passive. They don't want to risk anything too soon. I'm surprised to see that A control is pretty much held mostly in that Showers corner right now, both players being really backed up against the wall when they know how important that lamp control is seeming to be getting. We're going to see a little flank through lamps there by Physio, and this could be a little bit nasty if they get behind those players, but as I say that, the collapse starts to try and be attempted around B, so again, it's this case of will this rotation come through, and ready and waiting for them will be yes I can, so this could be pretty nasty pretty quickly, Grant.
The orbital strike now is going to buy so much space. Blackhawk, he needs to time this to perfection. Prowler isn't going to hit him, but the follow-up, such a strong no command there, going to guarantee the plant. What a wise decision from Nizzy. And with the Viper's Pits on top of that, this is catastrophic for Revenant. Yes, they have that orbital strike still, but suddenly its effectiveness has been plucked from the round. Nizzy, good for Logi as well, peeking above the smoke. Can't quite see anyone else though, but the suppression is going to continue to try and force Fancy into uncomfortable positions. Orbital strike, not quite going to land. Physio, he's able to survive it. He's able to brave the storm now. Paradox also trying to make his way into this pit. But what good can they do? It's bad love to shut down Suka into the 4v4. The time right now is proving to be cruel. Revenants, they get the hell out of there as Fancy go 9-0 up.
That is a significant round differential already. Again, there, I'm really impressed with how much control Fancy was able to even gain from the get-go. You know, even as I mentioned, Physio was fully just waltzing their way into lamps and potentially could have got into the back of the other site and really taken a lot of damage. The fact that the execute and the actual plant went down and it was 5 versus 5 is really impressive on both sides. Revenant just playing it a little bit safer and not actually getting caught out by the really good positioning of Fancy until the very end there.
Face your fear!
Very aggressive once again. Logi in the Viper's Pit's going to be spotted out, as will the Showstopper, just removing Logi. Eventually, Paradox will be able to chime back onto Killers with the paint shells, but that's going to slow the attack. It's not going to stop it. As Fancy commit the Cosmic Divide. The counter Showstopper comes out from Paradox. He isn't quite able to land the jumps Eventually he goes through. Vicio! Nasty shot finishes the job. Whip's able to strike back, but nonetheless, is the operator through the smoke, almost going point blank. Luckily, yes, they can's there to restore order. They go through the teleporter. They go through the teleporter so quickly, Blackhawk won't hear this. Oh, this is terrifying now for Revenant. Luckily, that's that dagger is actually going to give and betray Fancy's intentions. So the spike goes down. Blackhawk, the player who has been on the receiving end of just every piece of Fancy utility, now has a shot at redemption in this 1 versus 2.
Shot of redemption indeed, but it's still a difficult battle at that. Again, the tight corner. This is usually the part that you'd be most worried about, but they're able to sneak nice and easily into the site without any contention just yet. Said the attackers deciding to really hold themselves back, and the smoke's going to go out. The pre-fire isn't immediately coming through just yet, so that's at least something. Again, difficult position. Bears one at least. Can you try and stick it? Ideally in this position. Oh, that's unfortunate. Again, that's the issue sometimes with that cover. Yes, you've got that smoke down, but at the same time, they know that the audio cue is there. They know you're going to try and stick it, and they have such a small space that they know they just have to pre-fire till the cows come home and jobs are good. And ultimately,
it was a nice attempt by Blackhawk there. It was a clean kill as a Nizzy.
100% was. 100%
but
was.
Just couldn't close it out. Fancy 10-0 up. Grace, what on earth are we watching right now? For Revenant, this is every nightmare come true. Logie gonna be suppressed instantly. Killers going for a fairly fast push through almost the trendles of his own paint shells there. With such fast lamp control, what do Revenant do to respond to? Yes, they have showers control, but is that a trade they want to make here? Because whether they like it or not, that spike's going down.
Here we go. Yes, I can get that pick there onto Paradox as the spike is firmly plumped down. Beautiful shot there by Killer S because, again, waiting. Wimp does fall, but Bad Love, a nasty shot there. Sit down Killers, and that's at least going to alleviate some of this pressure. It's going to get rid of those additions, those dimensions that Fancy are so good at getting. Like a little bit of your hit and swing, but there we go. Suka actually shuts it down, as does Nizzy. 11 rounds on the board, edging closer and closer to match point, and hopefully what's not going to be a 13-0. We want Revenant to get a few rounds on the board, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? But for now, Fancy are just absolutely dominating.
They absolutely are, and Killers is doing great. You know, 17-7. That's something you can't turn your nose up at. It's just an absolutely formidable performance from him. And for Revenant now, you sort of look at their investment going into the final round of this half. Guardians, Spectres. I mean, hey, if they can bring it down to one player with Vandal, maybe they can do the better with these guns. Vicio, good for the first. I think the vulnerable's just been avoided by Logie. He was going to continue the aggression now. Not quite able to retrieve the Vandal. However, the exchange of weaponry is going to leave him to run into Suka as Fancy now start outmaneuvering Revenant here. Bad Love, the swing is timed very badly. Somehow he gets away in that, though. And with the forwarded angle now of Wimp, Revenant's aggression may have potentially caught Fancy off guard here. Everyone but Killers.
I have the spike.
I mean, again, Killers is just having a tear with it at the moment, isn't he? Like, it is a little bit nuts at this point. Looks like once again they're going to try and go for an A collapse, but hopefully Paradox and Bad Love can have a nice little cross angle. Well, I say they can have a nice little cross angle. Bad Love's the other side of the map, so actually it's poor old Paradox left by himself, rightfully so, gazing towards Labs just in case that second dimension comes through. Again, seems to be a little bit worried about Shower's pressure, but that's not what the pressure is coming from Paradox. It's coming from multiple angles here. Yes, I can, taking you out, and Bad Love, aware of the mistake of being the other side. There's at least one, but no. Suka's going to shut that down and ultimately bring Fancy to a very fancy match point.
Oh, God, Grace. We can't end our first semi-final on a 13-0. Right. Right.
I think more than anything, like, Fancy are an incredible team. They are genuinely so good. And they've shown during this map that they can play into multiple play styles and still do really well. Revenant themselves as well. It's a really good team, but they've just struggled in this best of 5. And it's a real big shame because, again, I just think that it's been very atypical of both teams the way things have happened. I think the first maps, again, Killers, of course, we're once again seeing pop up here because they've had a phenomenal performance. But again, we speak of individual performances. How many amazing individual performances have we seen from the side of Fancy?
You're right. Both Yes I Can on the Astra, Killers on the Raze, and even Nizzy, who's been bouncing back to the KO, has been playing absolutely incredibly. I want to mention as well that for Killers as well, he's really been effective in the entries. Like, yes, he's got 18 kills, but 18 entry frags as well. That is a crazy statistic.
It is. It's nuts. And again, it's this idea that you're able to get those opening engagements under your belt. Again, multiple times we've seen the way that they've just snuck into these all-important places when it comes to that final execute, add that additional pressure to whatever the defense have set up, which, again, there's been so many times, unfortunately, where Revenants are just completely looking in the wrong way. And it's really unfortunate because I do feel at this point they should have clocked on to where these pushes are coming from. We've seen people really worried about Shower in that previous round when typically they haven't from the get-go contested that because of the aggressive pushback that they've seen from Revenant. Revenant were really holding on to Showers, so it is this idea of, okay, well, why would you bother contesting it if they do have these tight angles and they do have all this util to throw at you? Fancy adjusted, but Revenants just haven't just yet, and it's a big shame, and I really don't want this to be a 13-0. I think that we deserve to be spoiled today. We really deserve to be spoiled. We deserve to go to all the way. We deserve all 5 maps really here, if I do say so myself. But ultimately, again, Fancy have just been absolutely on fire. We've seen Nizzy pop off. We've seen Killers pop off. Like, it has been insane on their side. And even in that last round, that last map, as I say, the usual aggression they bring wasn't there. And I'm wondering how much that kind of was almost a crux for them. Because they, in theory, again, on paper, Fancy should have won that last map. But Revenant just had their number. They had them fully sussed out. So that's what Revenant needed to be doing right now. And again, the fact that they're on match point, even if they pull this to 12-12, that is 12 rounds where you're on match point. So that mental pressure is there as well. Granted, they are on boot camp, but it's a really hard uphill battle.
It will be. And for Fancy, all they only need to get lucky once, and then that's it. Game over. If we see Revenant start to craft a comeback. For now, though, Revenant, fairly slow start. Bad love looking for a head here. Nizzy is going to oblige him with a quick jump spot, but nothing just yet. Flash going to come his way. He'll be able to avoid it. Suka able to get out of Hooker thanks to that flash. In fact, even being a bit cheeky going for these sort of mid-air attempts on Bad Love. Yeah. It was just being spoiled for choice when it comes to these headshots. The C's won't quite land, so he'll back off for the time being. Before re-aggressing into Suka's loving arms. Man advantage for Fancy. Killers on the other side of this wall looks to double down now once this Astra smoke fades.
100%. Again, a little bit of a quiet before the storm at the moment. Revenants, the pressure's on, but they need to commit to an execute. They need to go for it. They need to bring that util. Wimp getting ready with this flash, so that's certainly going to be a nice collapse. Here we go. The fire is on, but Yes I Can and Fissio ready and waiting. Wimp and Blackhawk falling. Can the trade come? No, it can't, because Yes I Can now on a free K, and that is a flawless and a disgusting way to finish this series. A 13-0 victory after Revenant tried so hard to claw it back. There can only be one winner, but that was just a brutal beatdown, Prem. That was...
Yeah. That was insane. It was mental. I want to mention how Fancy that even on the pistol round, you saw how they were getting their utility down so quickly. Their snake bites, their kind of valued aggression off the back of that C's from the fade. They were constantly trying to keep the pressure up, and I think Revenant just weren't given a break throughout that map. A hell of a performance from Fancy, and what a statement! They go to your finals off a 13-0, 13-0 Grace.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting one. And again, it's really hopefully going to set the momentum for them going into those grand finals. Of course, they also get to kind of low-key spy on who they're going to be going up against. So It's going to be pretty scary for whoever will be contesting them now. But I mean, for the most part, we could sit here And we could chit chat about that, or we could throw it over to our lovely analyst who will break it all down.
Well, thank you, Grace. But honestly, this was as disappointing as it could get. Not
Just
something
like
that.
watching Marvel. Huh?
Yeah, surely. Okay, I'm gonna let that slide just because you're a little kid and they're sitting there saying, I gotta babysit you. But the babysitting was done today by Fancy United. Indeed, yeah, it was.
True.
They absolutely trampled across the entire side of Revenant. This is just absolutely insanity because once we saw Haven, I really believed that okay, you know what, Bind might be some sort of a close, not even close, leave close. It's about a fight, a punch, something will be coming up. But 13-0 is a statement, and it's a statement by killers who, well, not often do you see a 100% win rate round, do you?
Yeah, I mean, wait. Is this the first time we are seeing a 13-0 in the entire Challenger Series? I'm talking about the group stage.
I believe so.
We had a 13-1. But yeah, this is the first 13-0, and it is going to be in the semi-finals out of all the matches. Okay. So yeah, like, Grace was mentioning, for the side of Bleed and for Velocity, not only do they have an upcoming best of 5 tomorrow at the same time, but whoever wins will be facing off against Fancy United, who have just defeated Revenant 3-1, won the maps being 13-3, 13-4, and 13-0.
Exactly. This is a statement game
Absolutely.
from Fancy after losing to the side of Revenant in the first match of their best of ones, which was happening. And now to come back into this in this form, and with every single one of their player performing to the best of their abilities, clearly these guys have got what it takes to win this one. And now that they're in the finals, they're one hand is already on the glory, the trophy, whatever they want, everything. That $13,000 prize of getting into the first place. That's exactly what they've got one hand on. All of them really, really deserve this for the amount of sheer determination that they've shown to win this is insane.
Absolutely, and alongside glory as well, it's that new-foundedness of new fans because, okay, let's be honest, so many of the fans here at the Esports Club are mainly of South Asian descent, right? You've got fans from India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, all these countries who may not be always familiar with Southeast Asian matches, especially in Vietnam. And now you have Fancy United, who come here in this international off-season tournament of the Valorant Champions Tour and showcase one match. Like, good God, this performance only propels them even further into that limelight. I don't know. I mean, yeah, we've had so many teams here at the Esports Club, who have had, who we have seen and who the South Asian audience has loved. I think the biggest example of that is going to be Paper Rex. Back in December of last year, they participated in a couple of our international tournaments. And now, of course, I mean, I'm not saying that Paper Rex, just because they played in our tournament, they're most famous. But again, goes to show that more and more audience are now knowing about these teams, their play styles, and what they're capable of. And today, having a look at the scorecard as well, Fancy United were on some other level. Like, good God, everyone always steps in. This is a particular thing of theirs I really like. Everyone pitches in, regardless of their agent archetype, regardless of what kind of theory they're looking to apply. If you're an initiator, controller, or you're that dedicated duelist, you will still go in and get for kills. Fancy United train all of their players to make sure if you go into a server, even if it's a 1v5, you'll be able to clutch it out.
Yeah, look at that. 11 out of 11 post plants and one round where they killed everybody that was left on the server. I mean, it's just insane. One first kill for Revenant. And I think that came in the pistol of the first half.
Oh, the first, the first half.
I think that was, I'm not quite sure. Maybe it could have been there because I remember one kill coming in the way of Revenant. Either way, it's just, it's of no consequence for them. The only consequence is that they fell straight down. Even to most surprising facts, Nizzy, who is usually seen to be on top of things, is at the bottom of the table right now. But even he has got more kills than the top fragger of Revenant Esports. Logi is on 7-13 and Nizzy is on 8-4. which is uncharacteristic of him as well. But given that he was playing the KO, he was more of the supporting initiator.
Exactly. Yeah,
But
and he had a lot more
it's-
utility.
Still.
But I gotta say, I think, definitely our production department as well are having a very, very easy time with this matchup because there are not many statistics to show. And this graph of Revenant as well, just like the team performance, not many statistics. This is also, again, mountains and mountains are there. But for the side of Revenant, yeah, I mean, because they never won a round, their economy was always in that up and down and up and down. Sure, after a set point, they started getting the maximum round loss bonus, the 2700 credits per player you receive once it reaches that maximum limit. But even after that, they just weren't able to convert it into a win.
Yeah, you could see that, they kind of stabilized their economy towards round number 9, kept it at least between 20 to 15 grand so that everybody could at least afford half armor and Spectres, or half armor Vandal, full armor Spectre, whatever. They played with a bunch of weapons today, as we saw. Guardians, Bulldogs, everything during buy rounds, that too, where they were, were struggling to keep up with their money. Clearly is a lookout for the fact that Revenant were just outclassed in this game. The fact that they made it this far is, a huge, huge achievement to get into that top 4, given that they had opponents like Xerxia, Alter Ego as well in that mix. Of course, yeah. So it's an amazing thing to make it this far, but unfortunately, it is the end of their journey in the Challenger Series. Whilst we do, give them the kudos to take out Haven, which I, again, was believing that is the only map that they were going to be able to do some justice to, because Haven is a map that they are more structurally in the zone of taking out, because they know how to work 3 bomb sites.
Right.
But Fancy, they have that explosive playstyle that allows them to be, okay, we're gonna fight. We're fight. Clear angles, fight. But if they're not able to take control, that's their problem, and that's kind of what happened on Haven. But it doesn't even matter because it just ended 13-0 on Bind.
Exactly, and I mean, Fracture, again, had we gone there, I had said this after Haven had ended, that if somehow Revenant managed to, win out on Bind and go towards Fracture, we could have seen a huge possibility, or a rational possibility of, Revenant getting that comeback in, because Fracture is such a strong map of theirs. However, we just couldn't go there. Bind was ended 0-13, sadly. So keeping that in mind, Revenant are now out of it. Fancy United move on forward. They'll be facing off against the winners of Bleed Esports, up against Velocity Gaming. And the 2 winners shall be facing off against each other on the 13th, day after tomorrow, in yet another best of 5, where the winners, well, they shall be crowned the winners of the TEC Challenger Series number 9.
Yeah, well, Bleed and Velocity, they've got a game and a half tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking forward to this one. Velocity a little lesser on this side, though, because they have had a little bit of a difficult journey to come this far. But the second half of their tournament, not that bad at all.
4-0, yeah, they went from 0-3 to 4-3.
Yeah, exactly. Oof. So that gives evidence of the fact that these guys did prepare well. Eventually, they stood up on their feet and they have come this far. But Bleed is an opponent that they just cannot take easily. They know that this team has got what it takes to absolutely tear down the fact that, this has been their entire control this tournament.
Exactly. But then again, Bleed also have to be extremely cautious. Yes, they are having an excellent tournament. However, their latest match against E-Star wasn't the best of showing. So now they've got to prepare themselves for Velocity. And you, all the viewers as well, have got to prepare yourselves for tomorrow. Because again, at the same time, right here at the Esports Club, 2 p.m. IST, we shall be going live. Best of 5. Bleed Esports from Singapore, Velocity Gaming from India. They'll be facing off against each other. And we'll be right here yet again to provide you with more entertainment. However, your daily dose of entertainment for today comes to an end. Make sure you go down in the description, check out all the links from our lovely brands and partners right here. You can also go and check out the Amazon Great Indian Festival sale. Get yourself some PC components, some gaming peripherals, or anything you really like, because again, it's Amazon, and if it's gaming related, you can use the code Amazon Gaming for an additional 5% off. As for us here at the Esports Club, we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Till then, take care and bye-bye.
like I'd fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away. Oh, I can't forget myself. The piece that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help. Oh, please give me back this one part, this 1/3. I'm sorry I lost it. No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run might lay waste to all we'd given, but honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living, but we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to, if you want me to, 'cause we can run. Stars they fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to live this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it out.
यस यार, गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है। Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ, एंड आई कैन पे आराम से विद अ 12 month नो कॉस्ट EMI। क्रेजी।
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर फ्री Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख।
वो
शांति।
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं। Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए, बस 99 rupees में extended warranty, plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया।
Amazon Great Indian Festival से।
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
Amazon से लिया, Amazon से लिया, Amazon से लिया।